Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be testing out the 7 Days of Grace and going through this course by Richard Rudd as a 17-year-old. And today is going to be day one. And for those who don't know about the gene keys, I'm pretty new to the gene keys as well. I've been looking and contemplating my gene keys, where there are 64 different keys for around the past 2 weeks. And basically what the gene key is looking at the higher conscious version of yourself. So if we think back to our daily lives and think about life purpose, like who we truly authentically are in society today, because there are so many different external distractions, it's super hard to turn inwards and really figure out who you are, right? What makes you deeply fulfilled in life. And gene key is one tool where there's 64 different keys based on the Chinese I Ching, or human design, if you guys know about that, which lets you know about different spheres and different shadows, gifts, and siddhi that you have, which are your natural flow in life. So I'll highly recommend you guys to check out Gene Keys if you haven't, and this will be my live reaction going through the 7 Days of Grace course, which I'm super excited to get into. So how it's going to work is we're going to walk through this course. I'm just going to go through it and we're going to see the live reaction and do all of the exercises as well. So feel free to follow along. I'm going to put timestamps in the description for the different days as well.
Hello, my name is Richard Rudd, and I'd like to invite you to do a little experiment with me here, to consider doing a program that I've created. It's called the 7 Days of Grace. It's free and it's powerful. And its sole purpose is to lift your spirits and to connect you to something magical in life. Perhaps it even will give you a new vision for what's possible in your life. Because life can be hard, and many of us, sometimes we just feel stuck, or we feel anxious, or we're feeling lonely, or we're feeling just overwhelmed by things, by our relationships, by health issues, by money. Whatever it is, whatever the issue is, we tend to distract ourselves away from our pain. It's a very human thing to do. But it's also a missed opportunity, because it's actually our pain and our suffering that's where the transformation is. That's where freedom lies and love. And this is what we mean by grace. Grace is what happens when we take full responsibility, when we look our suffering in the eye for a moment. We're really honest. It's courageous. And then our state, our situations, things transform. Things transform for us. We move away from playing the victim and we take a stand for ourselves, for self-love, for self-empowerment. And when we touch that love, that grace, and when it touches us, everything changes. So it can be a kind of miracle. So how does it work? Well, 7 days. And each day there's a short teaching and a very simple practice. The teachings are easy. The videos are audios, contemplations, meditations with music, just like putting your feet up in front of the TV, just receiving some inspiration. And the practices are also sweet and simple, take up a very small amount of time in your day. Anyone can do them. This is a course for anyone at all. You don't have to know anything about anything. You don't have to know anything about me or my work or the Gene Keys, which is the name of the work I do. You don't have to know any of that. This is really about building a gentle inner rhythm between your outer life and the deep, peaceful inner you that's locked away inside you. That's what it is, opening up that channel. And these are practices that I do myself every day, and they're very grounding and very reassuring. I had a wise teacher once, and he said to me, his 6 words were, you do it, you get it. He always used to say that, and I didn't know what he meant, for years, because I never really did it properly. I never really committed to the things that he taught, and I was distracted and those things, And then one day I did it, I stuck with it, for probably a week. I followed the simple practices, and in a very short space of time, it worked. I felt the power of the practice come alive in my life. I felt its grace touch down in me. And now many years later, these simple techniques and insights, they've become a part of who I am. And I can't tell you how lucky that makes me feel. So I want to share some of them with you. And all you need is around 30 minutes each day for a week. And if you think you can manage that, then fantastic. Your nervous system is going to love you, because in those 30 minutes, you're going to discharge a lot of tension, and a lot of overwhelm, and you're going to feel a lot better. We have to deal with a lot being alive in these bodies. And grace is something that lifts us, that elevates us beyond the ordinary, beyond the body and the bustle of our outer lives. We talk sometimes about a moment of grace. So what if in the next week of your life you could have just one moment of pure grace? What might that look like for you? That's the purpose of this little program. I can't guarantee that it'll happen, but we're creating an atmosphere that will greatly raise the possibilities that you will have a moment or several moments of pure grace, something magical that comes into your life that happens. And when that grace does come down and it touches us, everything changes. Everything. Because we suddenly remember more of who we are. And we remember that we are here with a higher purpose. And we feel connected to that purpose. So in the space of just 7 days, our whole life can change. So please come and give it a try. And let's see what happens. And let's see how and if and when grace is going to touch you.
I'm excited. So I'm actually just curious. Let's search up the definition of grace. Like, obviously we know what grace is, but what is the exact definition? Let's see, smoothness and elegance of movement. Okay, got it. So it's like feeling calm and treating life like, every single intention is really like, getting that fulfilled vibe. Got it. Bringing honor to one's life. Yeah. Exciting. So there's like a daily inspiration thing. Let's do emails. And see what happens. This app, I actually do have that app, and I've been trying this meditation out for quite a while, and it's pretty good, like just once in a while. So yeah, let's go to day 1. Invoking grace. Gene key 22.
Welcome to the first day of this 7-day program, the 7 days of grace. For the next 7 days of your life, I'd like to invite you to consider a powerful idea. It's the idea that life itself is magical. It's the idea that there are other dimensions that we can't see, and that there are powerful, loving forces in those dimensions, and that we can actually open a portal into those higher realms. And when we do, they touch down in our lives. And that's when the miraculous can happen. So I want you to open to this. Let's be open to that possibility right now, from the very beginning. It's just a week, it's just a week you're doing this. Put aside your negativity, your doubt, take off your shoes, try and be open to anything happening. One of my teachers said to me, just for today, one day, make a special effort just to be gracious in everything you do and with everyone you come in contact with. Just one day, he said. He said, tomorrow, you can go back to being miserable. But just today, make the effort and see what happens. So here's the challenge on day 1 of your 7 days of grace. Same challenge. Make the biggest effort today. Begin as you mean to go on. In fact, you may want to start tomorrow so you have a clear day ahead of you. And then you can really start with commitment. You only have 2 simple things to do on day 1. You listen and watch the video. It's 13 minutes long. And you recite a simple little prayer when you wake up and before you go to sleep. That's it. And I know some of you might feel a bit uncomfortable around the idea of saying a prayer. Lots of us had difficult religious conditioning that makes us run 100 miles from such things. But please just bear with me. The prayer is called the Lady Prayer, and it's very, very short and rather sweet. You may recognize its source. But the power of prayer is when it comes right from the heart of our suffering. So before you say this prayer, or you may just wish to say it internally, or even just read it, before you do, really connect with the thing in your life that's causing you the most difficulty right now. Really connect. Be honest and feel that thing.
So connect with the thing in life which feels most difficult. I'm actually going to put that into my calendar because I think he said to do it tonight, like when you wake up or when you sleep and when you wake up. So feel free to do so as well while I also do that. I'm just going to put prayer on most difficult thing in life. Yep, I just put it in my calendar.
In your body. And then let this prayer come right from the heart of that pain. And you may wish to say it several times, or even throughout the day, more often if you wish. Let it be a contemplation that echoes and reverberates inside you, because a prayer that rises from the deep, vulnerable privacy of our heart has huge power, huge power. So really go for it. What have you got to lose? And as I said, I advise doing this when you first wake up. Let it be the very first thing you do and the very last thing you do before you go to sleep. And I would ask you to do this every morning and every evening for 7 days. And by the way, if your rhythm drops off for any reason or something comes into your life that just shakes, causes chaos, please don't worry. If this program ends up being 9 days of grace or 10 days of grace, it really doesn't matter. You can reset. So as for the short video, again, you can watch or you can listen to that as often as you like, or just once if that's all you have time for. And you can download it and listen to it as an audio as well. And in the video, I mentioned something called the 20-second gene key, the gene keys. This is my other set of teachings, and you don't need to worry about that. You might know about them, you might know nothing about them, you don't need to know anything about them. And if you're interested in what all that means and how it works, you can find out about it later. But the message is clear. Model the power of graciousness in your life today. Treat yourself with respect and kindness, and whatever happens today, whatever challenges may come, see them as a test of your ability to model graciousness, with yourself and with others. So listen to people and try not to make situations all about you. Make a supreme effort, just this one day, to be open-hearted in your communications, to be patient and gentle, and try and see the best in others, and be easy on yourself. You can just do your best. You're not expected to be a saint. Just do your best and see what happens. That is your homework for day one. I know it sounds a little intense, but do the prayer, watch the video, and be the best person you can, just for today. Okay, one more thing, right? And this is just for the whole week that you're doing this. Or if you get the chance, or if you can make some time this week, try and get out into nature. If not today, then over the next few days, while you're doing this program at some point, because nature provides a beautiful pause for us, and we find grace in nature. It's all around us, in the woods, or by the river, or the ocean, or on a hilltop. Just make a little bit of time if you can, for no reason other than just to sit in the space and listen. So, have a great day.
Nice. I like how you mentioned the point on nature. We're actually going to do, every Thursday I do a sunset hike where I hike up a mountain, which is where I can't say things. I hike up a mountain which is super close to me. Oh, I'm nearly out of battery. And actually this Friday I'm actually going camping as well, overnight for one night. So I'm probably also going to record that day on a mountain, which is going to be super nice. So yeah, let's move on to the core teaching, Gene Key 22.
We've all felt the soft touch of grace in our lives. There are moments that lift us up when we've fallen. They're moments of grace. Grace. It seems inevitable. What does it mean to dishonor someone? What does it mean to dishonor yourself? And those two questions are...
I normally like to play the videos in 1.25 because for me that's a more comfortable listening speed.
ever connected. Dishonor runs deep. We dishonor ourselves every time we don't accept the way we feel or behave. All feelings are journeys, and our suffering is a journey. And we have to begin with the knowing that we must honor it. We must even honor dishonor at some level. The shadow frequency, we always revert into a victim stance. If we don't stop and look, how will we ever see the pain? Don't try and run or shirk your own program. We have to face it. We have to deal with it. We have to be accountable for our behavior, for our feelings. for our thoughts, for our self-judgments. And then we have a chance of letting go of those self-judgments. We have to have the chance. It's a process of awareness, that's all. It's simple. Contemplation really, really helps you see these things because it gives you the space, it gives you the pause necessary to see the issue at hand. We have to accept our shadows. It really is a huge challenge for humans. Life is about learning to be accountable for one's own state. But more often than usually, we blame another person. But we don't take responsibility for our own state. We look for a reason. You see, it's not so easy to account for yourself because our own issues get tangled up with the issues of others. This is the dilemma. We aren't comfortable being uncomfortable. So we deflect our awareness in some way out of the present moment. Dishonor is always about us first. You dishonor yourself whenever you blame anything for anything, because there's no fault. We are not perfect. We make mistakes. We just have to be honest about it. This honoring of the pattern itself is what begins the process of transformation. It cries out over and over for our attention, for our awareness, and we just have to learn to let it in. It's just honesty, self-honesty. That's all that's needed. Let's be clear, this is all about emotions. You know, the 22nd gene key is the great emotional valve. Graciousness. It's so beautiful, it's so practical, and it's so simple. It's the path to grace after all. It will save your life. It will save anyone in any situation, anywhere. It's a whole cocktail of noble qualities. It's also very refined and often very subtle, because it's an attitude carried in our aura, and it's rooted in a deep reverence for all life. It's just fantastic. But it all stems from your ability to be accountable, because when you're accountable for your own aura, for your own chemistry, for your own emotions, then you move in such a clean way through the world, because all your accounts are settled as you go along. You don't allow debts to build up. And the great word for this gift is the word soul. Soul is when you begin to emanate the quality of your essence. It's a refining of your emotions. When our soul really shines out, we even begin to let go of the need for pleasure. And then we become grateful for whatever life brings. And that's another quality inherent in graciousness, gratitude. When you feel grateful to life, it's because you're so aware of death, and so your priorities are transformed. So as we let go of pleasure, so we let go of pain. We become more accepting of life and its rhythms. This is what graciousness brings us. We're no longer a victim of the pleasure-pain cycle. To live with equanimity is to live life lightly, but at the same time, deeply. It means you pay attention, but you have an unquenchable inner calm. Graciousness. Graciousness is the process of bringing grace into form. So graciousness invites grace. And graciousness doesn't exist without challenges. It thrives on challenges. Life will go on testing your graciousness. It needs to be tested so that you can refine it. How graciously do you treat yourself? How graciously do you treat others? It's honest. It has a soft touch. It carries a story with depth and humor, but it isn't perfect. It's just human. True graciousness can be really gritty. It can be rough around the edges. Graciousness carries a kind of cosmic kindness inside it. When we're gracious, we often hold back from saying something that we might have said otherwise, because it might stir someone up. You don't allow your own issues to get tangled up with theirs. So when you stop judging yourself, then you're no longer going to judge others. And we learn to be careful without being fearful. And we learn to be warm without being overbearing. And we learn to be candid without being cruel. It's a balancing act, is the frequency. It's a transformational field in which we're steadily refined. It's all because we learn to stop dishonoring ourselves at the very deepest level. You see, it's really about owning your own stuff. It's about treating yourself and others with dignity, no matter how they behave. Just this morning when I was running around the hills here in Devon, shortly after dawn, I encountered a little bird, a tiny bird, a goldcrest, and it was just sitting on the hedgerow before me as I ran along the road, and it stopped me dead in my tracks. I just saw it, a little glint of gold. It's a rare little bird, a tiny thing, but with this incredible gold sash on its head. And it gave me one of those magical pauses. You know, once it had flitted away, I was off again, but I carried it with me, that little moment of grace, that flash of gold. And now here it is, embedded forever in this story, this gene key. Isn't it funny, grace? Sometimes grace just falls on you, and you can't predict when it will occur, and you can't do anything to make it happen. But you can prepare the ground through the way you deal with difficulties and with graciousness. We have this term, a fall from grace, and it's poignant, because grace is often about how we deal with the shadows, how we deal with our mistakes. It all comes back to accountability. We have to deal with our falls as cleanly and openly as possible. Grace is buried in every shadow. It's a gift given to us to open us up to another possibility. That flash of gold. These moments, these spots of time, they're not to be missed. They're to be savoured, and they're to be allowed to mature inside us, because they're the stepping stones for a higher life. And the more grateful we are, the more often they appear. And we all experience spots of time. We've all felt the soft touch of grace in our lives. It's worth spending some time in your contemplation calling back those moments and luxuriating in them. They're the markers of grace in our lives. So grace can mean many things to many people, but it's also the same for all people. Because there are states of being that transcend suffering. That is the ultimate meaning of grace. Those states may one day become more readily available to us. So in your life, let your contemplation touch upon grace, on those spots of time that come every now and again. The more you pause and listen, the more grateful and gracious your spirit becomes, and the more of those experiences you'll have. Till one day, you just vanish. You just evanesce into those higher initiations spoken of in the 22nd city. The 22nd gene key is the seventh seal itself. It contains the codes for the healing of all humanity's wounds. It's the real divine feminine, the spirit of grace. Practical, unpalpable, numinous, but always available to the one who loves deeply enough. Grace.
Nice. I took some iPad notes while watching this video. And wait, actually let me clarify what Gene Key 22 is. I know it's grace, but let's see what exactly it is. Okay, dishonor. Let's see. Dishonor, graciousness, grace. Interesting how it says graciousness and then grace for the city. So from dishonor through graciousness do we reach grace. Interesting. So I think the core takeaway with this video that I took notes on was, it talks about self-honesty, so holding yourself accountable. And I think these are really, it sounds pretty generic, but it's like, how can we implement it more in our lives, right? Because to be honest, like many of us, we forget to just take some time to hold ourselves accountable and just really slow down. And I think this Gene Key teaches you to slow down and really just appreciate everything that you have around you. And I do gratitude in the morning as well, so just really just sitting there and looking out into nature, like looking out of my window, and then just thinking about what I'm grateful for, which happened in the past day. And interesting thing that I talked about in the gratitude is how it's being aware of death as well. Because during your gratitude process, the reason why you're giving gratitude is because you know that you're going to die. Like eventually life, you only have one life, right? So you want to value this one life. So that's a very interesting approach, which I haven't thought about with gratitude before, on how it's also a death contemplation. It talks about pleasure and pain. And I think I really agree with pleasure and pain, because only through pain can we grow, right? Like everything in life is evolution. So if you just always think about having this pleasure, then you're not going to grow, because you're still in this complacent state where you're not growing, you're like stabilizing, right? But then when you have pain, it means that your body is experiencing something different and you're adapting to a new situation. And then one last point that I wrote is stop judging yourself equals to stop judging others. And I think this is super true. I'm going to release an exercise soon in our new series, Awaken Teens, where we're going to really deep dive into the moments where we face trauma, right? Because inevitably, we're going to face trauma during our childhood, like no matter what degree it is. It might be something small, it might be something big, but it affects our lives to different extents. So only through understanding that we also are giving trauma to other people, like I know this might sound crazy, but we are also affecting other people, but then we're being ignorant to that. Like we don't know that we're affecting other people. Can we understand that other people are doing the same thing? Like they're trying to do good to you, but then they don't understand that what they might have done is hurting you, and only you know that. So in their point of view, it's like they're trying to help you with something in their own way, in their own worldview, but then in reality, like it's hurting you. Like you don't really like how they're treating you, right? So definitely, like it's from having this release with judgment from the self first is so important before you can stop judging others. Like having this self-respect and then serving others after you liberate yourself from all of these different shadows. That's a pretty good reminder. Let's see what this, okay, the practice, ladies' prayer, never heard of that. I think with these practices as well, like from the first video, Begin Your Journey, Richard talks about how it's so important to just be open-minded, right? Because probably if you're watching until this part of the video, you might not be willing to do the exercise, or especially as a teenager myself, I understand that this might sound like, like BS, or it might sound like another reflection process that, like school has given you, another one of those advisory sessions, as that's what our school calls it, where, they teach you how to be a good person and stuff like that, right? But really, I've came to realize that if you get something interesting and something new that you haven't heard of, and that looks very interesting, like this, like I haven't heard of ladies' prayer before, right? And you really start listening to these people online as well, then you should also be super open-minded to test this out for yourself, because I really believe that as a teenager, it's so important to just try different things, right? Even though this might not be something I do for the long term, at least I did this for the short term, and it might help me get into other places. So, yeah, let's see what this lady's prayer is.
A warm welcome to you, Eternal Voyager, to this extraordinary teaching, transmission of the Seven Sacred Seals. When you come in here, you're treading on hallowed ground. Take your shoes off, put your baggage down, leave it at the door, and step quietly and gently into the fold of the teachings of the heart, the true teachings of the supplication to the divine within us. That's what this is about. This is a deep softening in our lives. And so it requires that we come in a in a state of reverence and begin like this. Begin as you mean to go on. So we'll begin with a very simple, sweet attunement and prayer that I would like to invite you to do together with me. And you may recognize partly where it's from. We know this beautiful prayer that was left for us by Jesus, the Lord's Prayer. And this is a different version. This is called the Lady's Prayer. And it's almost the guardian prayer of these teachings, because these teachings emerge from the divine feminine. So I'll say each line, and then I'll leave a gap so that you can repeat that line and feel it resonate in your heart. And then together we'll be within the folds of this prayer. So the Lady's Prayer.
All right, let's do that together, even though it's not night right now. I'll probably do it again at night and read it. So, yeah, let's do it.
Prayer. We take a few breaths. Bring ourselves into the prayer position. Bring your hands in front of your heart. Close your eyes softly. Our Lady, who lives at the heart of all form.
Our Lady, who lives in the art of all form.
Hallowed be thy name.
Hallowed be thy name.
May thy queendom come.
May thy queendom come.
May thy will be done.
May thy will be done.
That heaven may come to earth.
That heaven may come to earth.
Please allow me this day.
Please allow me this day.
To drink from your sacred silver spring.
To drink from your sacred silver spring.
And forgive me my forgetting.
And forgive me my forgetting.
As I learn through your grace.
As I learn through your grace.
To return all non-love with love.
To return all non-love with love.
And take me by the hand.
And take me by the hand.
And lead me step by step.
And lead me step by step.
Into the patient valley of your heart.
Into the patient valley of your heart.
For yours is the earth.
For yours is the earth.
My body and my life.
My body and my life.
Forever and ever. Amen.
Forever and ever. Amen.
Welcome to the Seven Seals.
This is beautiful. I can see how it's like a revamped version of the Lord's Prayer, because I'm Catholic myself, and we say this every week as well. Interesting, the Lady's Prayer. Is it an original thing? Should have just jumped to AI. What am I still doing with Google search? Interesting. Just really quick before we end today, I'm just interested to see where this came from, because I'm interested in learning about that. Virgin Mary, okay. Where did this come from? Who created this? Does not have a single author. Oh, okay, so it's like a feminine version of the Lord's Prayer, but blessing it to Virgin Mary. Okay, got it. It's interesting. Yeah, something new to learn, you know? I've always thought that there's only one version of the Lord's Prayer, and there's a Lady's Prayer as well, so yeah, definitely going to do this before bed and after I wake up in the morning. I'll let you guys know tomorrow in day 2 how that went. So yeah, see you tomorrow. What's up, guys? It's day 2 into the journey of the 7 days of grace, and today we're going to be going through this. Super exciting. So yeah, let's just get started.
Welcome to day 2. I hope day 1 went well for you. Today we're going to create another aspect of grace. It's caught by this lovely word, quiescence. Wonderful word. I love words like that. You know, and quiescence means many things. You know, it means spaciousness. It means softness. It means inner quietude, quiescence. And in biology, a quiescent cell is a dormant cell. It's a cell that's alive, but it's on pause. There's a pause button being pressed. You know, and this mini course comes from a bigger program of mine that's called the 7 Sacred Seals. And in the 7 Sacred Seals, quiescence is a ray. It's a ray of inner light. You know, and so it's a kind of quintessence. It's a kind of energy field that we tune into, that's a part of us, and it brings this inner quietness with it. So it's something that we can attract towards ourselves, you know, if we're quiet, if we give ourselves space. It's an aspect of grace. You know, sometimes we hear about the word peace, you know, and sometimes we can feel like, oh, this feels a big ask to really sink into peace. We hear about meditation and those things that might bring inner peace. And this is a lot simpler than all those things. You know, this is the art of contemplation. You know, and contemplation can be done anywhere, and it is for anyone. It's not some difficult technique. It's just about creating a bit more space in our daily lives so that quiescence can land in us. You know, and even just tiny moments throughout our day, these are potential moments of grace. So the video today offers a simple introduction to contemplation, and it focuses on the power of pausing. So how to create more pauses in our lives, because magic only happens in the pauses. So if we don't have pauses in our life, there's no time for magic and there's no time for grace. We're just, you know, spinning along. So many of us are like that, just in permanent overwhelm, spin in our daily lives. So this really is a small and simple thing you can begin doing right away, and it will make a huge difference in your life. Because when you pause, you breathe. And when you breathe, you relax. And when you relax, grace comes. You know, so the practice today is called the triple flame, the contemplation of the triple flame. And like the prayer that you've learned, I suggest you do this every day for the next 6 days. And you can watch the video and I'll explain the process and the practice to you. It's simple. And one thing I want to say is, don't worry if you can't manage to pause. You don't want an additional pressure on yourself. So don't, you know, if you mustn't be hard on yourself about this program. You know, the whole purpose of this program is to help you stop being so hard on yourself, right? So one further option today is, if you feel like you have the time, you could start a journal. and write down any insights that come to you. And you might like to ask yourself this one question: what will my life look like when I find this deep inner quiescence and peace? You know, what might happen? What does it look like? What will it feel like? You know, and you'll see in this program, it has a really nice online notes function. So it's yours to use. So you could put your notes and your ideas in there as well if you feel like journaling. It's also totally private to you. It's an option, this. You don't have to do it, but it can be a powerful process. And you can keep doing it each day if you like. Just write whatever comes from your heart and keep on with those prayers. Have a great day.
Nice. I don't know if you lost me there, but it looks like when I zoomed in, I just lost the face count. But some core takeaways is you talked about the topic of quiescence, super interesting. And what will my life look like when I find this inner quiescence and peace, which is something to journal on. And I think just thinking about it right now, I can kind of picture myself being somewhere in like nature and just relaxing. I would say that's like the first thing that comes to my mind when it's talking about this peace, right? And I guess I also feel this inner peace whenever I'm kind of in like quiet place, environment with nature all around, and I just start writing and start projecting myself, you know, journaling and contemplating. I find inner peace in that, and just having everything go in the flow, I think. Definitely something to journal about. And interesting, he also talks about this online notes feature. Let's actually check it out. Oh, you can take notes. Wait, this is so cool.
Are you Adam, brother? I thought he's doing something.
Oh shit, you can take notes.
No, with the ball, it's just random direction. Wait, what are we doing here? No, that's when the ball bounces, it goes inside. Yeah, thankfully.
Alright, I just moved to a quieter place because there were some kids coming over and was like, what are you doing? But yeah, let's continue doing this. Super nice. Art of contemplation. I'm actually interested to learn more about contemplation in general, because I think my definition of contemplation right now is just reflecting and, you know, journaling, and you can do it anytime you want. Like, even like when you're doing something repetitive, for example, you're just walking down the street, you can start contemplating on things and focusing it on one thing, or you can do it in like a dedicated session of contemplation. But let's see what new things we learn with this contemplation.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the art of contemplation, and particularly, really, I want to pay attention to the fundamental, foundational technique of the art of contemplation, as I understand it. And this technique is called pausing. I'm going to read from my book, The Art of Contemplation. Very short book, available on Amazon. Harvesting pauses. The technique of pausing involves nothing more than noticing life's natural pauses and then simply enjoying them. These are really, it's the simplest thing in the world. It's the simplest discipline, but you'll see it's hard in the beginning. Everything in nature pauses. If you watch any bird, animal, or insect, you will see it regularly pause for no apparent reason. Actually, there are many reasons for pausing. When you stop in your particular activity, you become aware, more aware of your environment. you also become more aware of your inner environment. You may suddenly realize you're tired, or that your mind was spinning, or that your breathing has become shallow and labored. Pauses like this often invite a physical sigh as the body remembers to draw a deep breath and let go of some tension. The first stage of the technique of pausing therefore involves finding and spotting the natural pauses that open up before you each day. Once you notice them, you can harvest them like fresh apples picked from the bough. Pauses are here to be enjoyed. So it's a really enjoyable technique, this. How long is a pause? A pause can be as short as a single breath, or it can be much longer. You can begin this technique by finding as many short pauses in your day as you can. For example, when you're sitting looking at your screen, perhaps answering an email or a text, before you rush from one response to the next, try taking a few breaths between each one and perhaps look up and take in your environment. Another example might be when you're in your car and you get to the traffic lights just as they turn red. Instead of feeling frustrated or irritated, you could look at it another way. Life has just gifted you a pause. In that pause, you can enter the field of contemplation. These very simple techniques can have far-reaching effects in your life. A day filled with pauses is a calm and measured day. Nothing ever becomes overwhelming or causes you too much stress. What's more, when you get to the end of such a day, even though your body may be tired, your mind will still feel clear and uncluttered, leading to a deep sleep and a fine morning the following day. Couldn't be simpler. And this is the challenge that I throw out to the modern world. Try. Find the pauses in your day, in your everyday life. Doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter if you're the busiest life or you have a quiet, relaxing life. Find the pauses. They're there. And when you find them, they're like diamonds, like you're mining diamonds, because in each pause opens up possibility, opens up silence, opens up connection to your inner essence. The essence that's completely at ease. The essence that simply is a witness to life, to the passing of your life. And the more we rest in that essence, the more peaceful we are, the more connected we feel, and the greater the capacity that we have breakthroughs from inside us about all kinds of things, where we see things clearly, with a clear mind and an open heart. And then patterns can change. Negative patterns can change on their own, just through us filling our day with pauses. And when you pump your day full of pauses, you're actually pumping your day full of more time. I mean, it's an amazing paradox. The more you pause, the more time you create for yourself. And you'll see that your life, your day, becomes far more efficient than it ever was when you were just racing ahead, unaware, from the beginning to the end of the day, with very little awareness of your environment, of what's going on around you, just busy in the stream of the busyness. So fill that busyness with little lights, little pauses, sometimes longer pauses, and learn to harvest them and enjoy them. And I promise you, you will see a miracle growing in your life.
I think that was really good, to be honest. You know how, like, when we listen to all of this, like especially when I first got into this art of slowing down, really pausing and looking inwards. Like many people, I think they split out the concepts of being conscious, being more aware, right? And normally we start to wonder, like, what does it even mean to be conscious, right? Especially when you're someone who is beginning on this journey, like myself. And I think Richard here puts it in a really nice and simple way. And in one manner, you can be more conscious, be more aware by pausing, right? This is, I think, the concept that he's trying to explain, getting us out of autopilot mode of just doing work every single day. Like even right now, I'm currently in school. You can see I'm wearing my uniform. I just found like a quiet place. And it just takes a second to pause and to reflect and just look at my surroundings. And I think one beautiful thing that you see when you pause is you start to realize that many problems that you have in the moment are really not problems, but they're just the process, right? And it gives you this inner joy because, you know, when you're super rushed and you feel super irrational and you feel super frustrated with doing something, just by pausing, taking a couple deep breaths, or just even pausing, right? You don't even need to take any deep breath, just pausing, looking at your surrounding and just thinking that it's a miracle that you have one life and you're in this life and you have the luxury to do whatever you're doing right now. It's just already such a beautiful thing. So yeah, pausing, I think, is definitely something I'm going to continue adding in my routine, and hopefully you will as well, as I think it's going to be super helpful. And with all of this, right, as I've spoken yesterday, actually we recorded like a podcast episode talking about life purpose. I think pausing is definitely another good input other than meditating, because I think meditating on one hand is like you're doing an activity, or you're just focusing on one thing if you're actually doing like the actual meditation. But in pausing, on the other hand, is like you, in the middle of an activity, you stop and you be aware of it, doesn't matter how long, and then after that you go back to the activity, which is, I think, something different, but also something that just builds consciousness and gives you that joy inside as well. So yeah, really thanks Richard for explaining this concept. I think super helpful. Something I'm probably going to include as well. And he talked about how it's going to remove negative patterns as well, right? Because like I was also imagining in the times when I was super frustrated, if I did actually take a pause, like if you think back to moments when you're super rushed, right? If you did take a pause, maybe you would have been wiser and chose another decision rather than continuing onwards. And even with some bad habits that I have in the past, like just pausing and realizing that I'm about to do the bad habit actually did help me progress over time to release that bad habit, because it builds that awareness that you have it, right? It's like one part of your brain is the monkey brain, but then when you pause, you activate this higher self and human brain, and you realize that you have that habit. And afterwards, over time, it's like a miracle, but it just works. Like it's like over time, the habit goes away. It's like you're telling the universe, yes, I understand I have this and I'm trying to work on this. And together we're going to battle this habit. Yeah, I think it's absolutely beautiful. So let's see. What else? The practice. This one. We got a really nice 3-minute meditation here. And yeah, the triple flame app, I think is super useful. I have it on my phone. I used it for quite a while, but not really consistently, but I'm planning to also use it more consistently. It's really starting to get used to this habit as well. So yeah, let's get into the practice.
Hello, I'd like to introduce you to a very simple, very powerful daily practice that can completely change your life. It's called the Contemplation of the Triple Flame, and its simplicity is actually its beauty, and that's why it can have such a profound impact, because anyone can do this, anywhere. You can begin right now after hearing this. The practice is just so simple. Basically, every third hour on the clock, you pause whatever you're doing for 3 minutes. That's the practice. That's it. Every third hour, you pause for 3 minutes. And so every 6, every 9, every 12, and every 3 o'clock, throughout the day. And what you'll find is that the power of this as a rhythm moving into your daily life goes deeper and deeper and deeper. This pattern of the threes And what you'll see also is that the pattern of the three of the Trinity is so deeply interwoven into the fabric of reality that this practice, so simple that it is, connects you to an incredible fundamental universal rhythm. So done over time, this goes deeper and deeper and deeper into our being, and it really opens us up to something extraordinary. So what do we do? What do we do in those 3 minutes? Sometimes, you might find yourself driving and it's 3 o'clock or 6 o'clock. And so, you have to, or you might be in a meeting, so you have to be a little bit creative as well. But for those 3 minutes, you're going to be completely mindful, completely heartful. I recommend that you focus your attention deep down in your belly, on your navel, and you can put your hands there if you're able to, and just bring your full attention, your full presence to those 3 minutes. So if you're in a meeting, you can still stay in the meeting, but you're absolutely 100% present for those 3 minutes. It's only 3 minutes. Right, remember, after those 3 minutes, you can go back to whatever it is you're doing and you can forget. But it's just a discipline. It's a small discipline to bring to whatever we're doing. And, for example, I was driving recently and the time came 3 o'clock. And I decided to pull over, actually, and take my 3 minutes. You don't have to always do that. You can carry on doing whatever it is you're doing, but do it with a much more increased awareness, and a softness perhaps. Try and soften it a little bit into those 3 minutes, because those 3 minutes, what you've done is you've carved out an oasis for yourself. And those 3 minutes belong to no one but you. No one but you. Even if you have screaming children, they can wait 3 minutes. Those 3 minutes are sacrosanct for you. Your whole spiritual growth is like encapsulated in those 3 minutes. And what you'll find also is that these pauses that you create, even though they're not for another 3 hours, they begin to link to each other like a string of pearls. And so what we're doing is we're creating little wormholes through time in order for the inner light to come deeper into our everyday life. So it's connecting us backwards to the ones we've already done, the 3 minutes that you did yesterday or 3 hours ago, and the ones the week before that. But it's also connecting forwards in time to the 3 minutes that you're going to do tomorrow, the next day, the next week. And I know that sounds strange, but what it does is it just puts you into this timeless rhythm as you begin to incorporate this practice into your life. And you can set your clock or your timer or the app, so that it helps you to do this practice. But it's about the flame. It's called the triple flame because it's the flame of awareness, the flame of love that goes deeper and deeper and deeper inside us. And don't worry if you miss one, it's not the end of the world. And you're also, you're going to want to probably take more than 3 minutes a lot of the time. So especially at the beginning, you might just have your 3 minutes, but as it begins to deepen and widen and your heart begins to soften and find this rhythm, after you've done it for several months, you may want to expand those 3 minutes to like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or more. And you might also want to do them at other times. You might just find, here's a natural pause. This one fits just perfectly into my day. I'm going to drop into that for a few minutes or some time. Pausing is such a powerful thing. And remember, pausing can be done while you're in movement, while you're in activity, while you're in action. You pause from being distracted and you bring your full presence to those 3 minutes. It's not so much to ask, is it? This is the triple flame, and you are the flame. The loving awareness inside you is the flame. That's the first flame. But there are 3 flames, actually. So the other dimensions to this, I just want to explain. The second flame is everyone else. So everyone else, there's lots of other people doing the same practice at the same time as you. And so the second flame connects you to all those others doing the same contemplation of the triple flame. Think about that. People doing it on different time zones, on different hours, in different rhythms. There are people doing it when you're asleep. There are people, you're doing it when someone else is asleep on the other side of the world. But every 3 hours, or, in your time zone, but in other time zones, it's bridging. So there might be one in the next hour, because someone else's, time zones are going to be different. So, the flame is always passing from person to person, from heart to heart. And this is the power of a collective attunement, a collective intelligence awakening that's bringing deeper and deeper coherence. And it's opening us up to something greater than just the individual. This is no longer, after a while, this is no longer just you doing this. This is a golden thread that is linking multiple intelligences through time and space, opening up higher and higher possibilities. That's something to really tune into, the tribe of, in terms of, the group consciousness doing this contemplation together around the world. And that really is powerful. And the third element, because because it's the triple flame, it has to be three. The third element, the first is you, the individual. The second is the others, the group doing it. And the third is the whole. The third is God. The third is the divine. The third flame is the center within everything, the center of centers, the heart and mind of the divine. So as you come into this moment, these 3 sacred minutes, you're coming right into the heart of the divine. You're lighting the flame of eternity, of immortality. And the more people who join, the more powerful it becomes. And so we're connecting to the core of all things. Everything has a core inside it. And for these 3 minutes, you're just coming into that core. And the potential for breakthroughs, is really latent in this practice. As you do it on and on, you keep doing it. You have to keep on doing it. It's a small discipline. One day, a thunderbolt may hit you in the middle of those 3 minutes, like bang, like a deep, incredible silence, or a welling up of intoxication, or tears, or laughter, and those 3 minutes may suddenly become 3 hours, or, that wave ripples out into your being, into your life, bringing you into a kind of vision of timelessness, the timeless signature of consciousness. So the simplest of practices can end up being the most extraordinary breakthrough experience. So my wish is that you give yourself this little discipline, and that you will experience this light, this triple light right in the heart of your being, this flame, and share it with others, because the more come, the more do it, the more powerful it becomes. Let it change your life, and let it reach out and change others, and change the whole world, in fact, bringing us all into this beautiful lucidity and clarity and softness of the heart space of all beings. Yeah. Blessings, and I hope you enjoy the contemplation of the triple flame.
I think that was absolutely beautiful. And what I was actually doing in the beginning when I was watching it, I don't know if you guys are also doing the same thing, but I'm just adding it to my calendar because I run on a calendar basis. So let me just quickly show you. So you can see I made like these small little chunks of like 5-minute blocks, just with a belly and an eye, just to make it more fun. And what it means is, like, focus on your belly, and it reminds you to also look around and be more conscious. So feel free to be creative with these ways, right? As long as you're putting it in the habit and whatever makes you feel most excited. So I've just done that for like every 3 hours. Schedule's pretty filled, but yeah, it's crazy how schedule's getting more filled with more habits, but it's all about testing these habits and seeing what fits you the most, right? Like, that's what life is. You're your own scientist. So test things out. If it doesn't work, just give it a bit more time. I think give it a pretty reasonable time, see how you honestly feel, and move on from that. And life is just all about learning and all about accumulating experiences and living more aligned, living more fulfilled, right? And yeah, back to the notes on that contemplation exercise. So every 3rd hour, pause and be loving, focus on the belly. And something interesting that he says is how it's bridging between time zones. And flame is always passing, and this collective awakening is happening once you do that. And I think I've heard a bit about this whole 5D dimension. There's this whole topic on spirituality and, energy frequency. And sometimes when you think, like, why are there such meaningful coincidences that happens in my life, right? Like, for example, something that happened to me was there was this 12-year-old person who jumped off a building and suicided himself on the same day when I was planning to start writing a book. And apparently what's even crazier is that this person went to the school which was next to my school, and he also left some kind of death note. And when I realized that this happened, I was just extremely shocked. Like, I remember we were having dinner with my dad, and then my dad just announced this news, and it just suddenly shocked me. I was like, damn, is this a calling, right? Is this like a meaningful coincidence? Because this person lives right next block to me and goes to the school right next to me, and then he jumped off a building like on the same day when I started writing a book. I was trying to write a book on journaling teenage life and talking about all of these inner work. So there might be some meaningful coincidences there, right? So if you just think back to the moments when there are some interesting things that happen which feel meaningful because it was like tying to a certain concept or something that you're working on as well, right? Like you start to realize that there's actually a higher power, or there's something else, right? It can't be explained by science, but there's just something spiritual that's happening, that's connecting all of these things, right? And I think this is called the energy frequency, where there's this whole quantum physics plane which connects all of our energy. So for example, like even me putting this video out, and if it doesn't reach anyone, like if it gets 0 view, I'm still putting something into the energy field, which makes the energy field react in a different way compared to me not putting this out, right? And depending on what you do, like obviously the energy field will react in different ways. So that's something interesting that I'm definitely going to dive deeper into. And yeah, like at the end, he also talks about one day there might be a shock of joy, or like something crazy happens and something bursts inside of you. And I think this really takes trust and really takes time, right? And really to begin with, the most important thing I think with any routine or habit is just to get started. Once you get started, once you get into this habit, like it becomes naturally to you, right? With any habits, if you think about it, like hitting the gym is probably pretty natural to you, or brushing your teeth, right? Like you don't question it. But once you do it over time, like you start seeing the results, right? So let's take a look at this 3-minute meditation before we end day 2.
Welcome to the Triple Flame Contemplation. 3 minutes now, sacred minutes. And in this first minute, I want you to really give yourself space. Open up space inside yourself. Push out everything that isn't what you want to be looking at now. Just let it go. Let it fly away from the core of your being as you drop quickly and softly into the depth of your heart and your soul. And feel your breathing bringing you deeper into the present moment. Beautiful breathing, beautiful soft pulse of the core of your being, the simplicity of this moment of your being. Just the breathing. And as we come to the second minute, we open even deeper to clarity, deep clarity. And in this clarity, in this pause, we connect our heart to all others currently pausing, to all others also deeply enjoying this moment, these words, this contemplation of the triple flame. And we're opening up this collective space, this deep, powerful rhythm of peace and presence. You feel it suffusing your heart now. Feel the community of loving beings all around the cosmos, opening and softening in your heart, in the heart of your being, in these precious moments. Feel the breathing of that love coming into your heart and going out through your heart as we enter into the third minute. And in the third minute, we deepen even more into purity, the purity of the child, the innocent child that lives in your heart, that's never been tarnished by anything or anyone and could never be. The eternal flame, the flame of presence, the flame of the whole, the center of centers, the heart and the mind of the divine. This flame of eternity deep in the core of our being. Feel connected to that. Feel connected to all life, celestial life, terrestrial life, all things connected through this deep, pure presence, simplicity, clarity, purity, deep within your being.
That was nice. Bro, I swear just now, like the reason why I opened my eyes is because one of my friends walked over and I think he walked away. I mean, if he were to stay here, then I definitely would have asked him to come over, but very interesting. But yeah, I think in the beginning, like I was also picturing, I don't know if you were also doing the same thing, but like not only myself, but I was like seeing in the lens of like other people in the same, like in a different location, like in another university, in like a university dorm, or like sitting in the park, just closing their eyes and just listening to this and breathing into their awareness as well. And just, I guess like seeing those moments also makes me feel joyful. It makes me feel connected. You know, we're all connected into one being. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. So hopefully you found this day 2 as insightful as I did. And yeah, we're going to continue doing more pauses. Can't wait to see what else Richard will bring in this course. I feel like the first day was invoking grace and doing the ladies' prayer at night and in the morning, super helpful. And then now we also have the pauses. So yeah, namaste guys, and let's move into day 3. Good morning guys, welcome to day 3 of 7 days of grace, and today we're going to be going through the embracing forgiveness. And in the previous 2 days we went from learning about what really grace is by looking at the ladies' prayer into seeking more pauses throughout our day. And I've been trying to integrate these pauses throughout my day, just 3 minutes really quickly yesterday. And today, actually, in about 16 minutes, I don't know if I'll probably still be recording this video, we're going to be doing our first pause of the day, as it is every 3rd hour for my time zone at 9 a.m. So when that moment comes, we're going to take a pause and really just feel joy and notice our surroundings and really just show some gratitude to the moment and the things that we're doing right now. So I invite you to join along as well. Without further ado, let's get straight into day 3, embracing forgiveness.
Welcome to day 3 of your 7 days of grace. Again, I hope you're getting something out of this, you know, and a reminder, I'll start today with a reminder, please just be patient with yourself. You know, we have a lot of expectation about ourselves and techniques and things. And it's good to just let go of that and just, you know, do these practices just for the sake of it. You're just here to experiment and explore, you know, and so take the pressure off yourself. Like with these little prayers, you know, prayers, the power of a prayer lies in its repetition. You know, it's not just that we say them, you know, without feeling as a monotonous task, like sometimes you hear in church or whatever. You know, what the prayers are doing is they're inviting us into the vulnerable heart space, you know, especially as we wake up each morning. You know, and some mornings we wake up feeling good, other mornings we wake up feeling not so good, you know, and the prayer continues no matter what the state. It flows from the state. So we're building a kind of trust field. We're building an inner trust with our own inner life. You know, and sometimes we feel low because something's shifting inside us. There's a secret transformation taking place deep in our unconscious. You know, so be open to these things. You know, a low state or, you know, is not a negative thing sometimes. It's something where there's something being born in you. So be gentle with yourself, be trusting and be patient. And that's really the theme of today. The theme is forgiveness. You know, we often think of forgiveness as something we have to give towards others, you know, but actually all true forgiveness begins with ourselves. We have to learn to forgive ourselves. You know, we humans, we are so hard on ourselves. You know, one of my mentors, Don Rosenthal, lovely, amazing man in his 80s, wise man. I asked him one day about getting old. You know, I said, what's it like getting old, Don? And he said, its advantages far outweigh its disadvantages. And I said, what do you mean? He said, the main thing that it gives you is you're not so hard on yourself. You're gentle with yourself, you know, and it so touched me hearing that. It also gave me hope, you know. So today, be gentle with yourself all day. Be easy with yourself. Take care of yourself. Whatever comes towards you, this is your one mission today. So it's a very simple day. And today you get to listen to a little audio journey on forgiveness. It's only 7 minutes long with nice music. And afterwards, your practice is all about forgiveness. And you can take in the question here, what do I still need to forgive? And after you listen to the forgiveness audio, again, you might like to journal or to contemplate or to draw or paint or whatever you can do. What does forgiveness mean to you? Is there a person that comes up in your life that you would like to forgive? Or, is it just about you that you need to forgive yourself? So I recommend holding an image of people that have been caused difficulties in your life, or you may have in some way betrayed them. Just hold them in your heart space as you do the triple flame today, perhaps, or at any time that you're pausing today. So hold yourself in that heart space and carry on with a lady prayer if you can. The triple flame, it's just about pausing. So even if you don't do it in the right rhythm and the right timing, just try and remember to pause in the day. And maybe when you're pausing, just do nothing for a little bit. Just tune into the heart space, just tune in, whatever you're feeling, just wrap yourself in softness, in the spirit of forgiveness. And maybe today you might be able to harvest a few more pauses than you did yesterday, even just one more. Maybe so if yesterday you only did one, today just do another one. And they don't have to be every 3 hours. They can be at any time. You just pause and take a breath. And, for instance, between tasks, if you're in between tasks, take a pause. So if you finish one thing, before launching straight to the next thing, take a short pause and sit down and just close your eyes and tune into your inner world and hold that forgiveness in your heart. Have a good day.
That was great. Yeah, I'm just writing down some notes from the video. So the mission for today is going to be gentle on the self for the day and forgiving ourselves. Sounds super broad, but I guess it's like, let's actually take a look at what this gene key says before we have our conclusions on what to actually do. They have a practice as well, so we're good.
And this is the whole movement and meaning of the universe, to come to this state of illumination, to become animated with the same divine spirit, the spark that is everywhere. Even the most dense rocks and minerals one day will be illuminated. They contain the spark already. Everything contains the spark. But the spark is burrowing down, and it uses particularly humans because we're the interface between the realms, many of the subtle realms. And so as it comes into us, this spark of forgiveness, it's looking for fertile souls, people that are ready to let go, people that are ready to open their hearts. And the first thing you have to do is be willing to face that void inside you, that ache, that hole, that place of emptiness, that discomfort, deep, it's beyond discomfort. And then the next thing is to open your heart to that and shine light into it and coax it back to life. And that's a process of real deep devotion towards oneself. And obviously when you do it in relationships, you're still doing it to yourself, because you have to do it to those around you and with those around you as well. That's why forgiveness can be internal, but it's also external. It's everything. It's all relationships. So every relationship is just a relationship back to your core. So you can use all your relationships as your inspiration for this process of self-forgiveness, because everyone is you and everything is you. So it is an incredibly beautiful thing, forgiveness. It is something far beyond our understanding. It is a quintessence and a spark of grace, and it's moving down through human beings. Its role is to free us, ultimately, to give us true understanding and when you see it, one day, I've seen this, and many others have as well, one day the forgiveness will move through the whole gene pools of humanity like a wildfire, and it will spread through whole groups and families and communities and nations. And that's where so many things, that the structures that we've created, will simply be just let go of. They will just be let go of. So there won't be any nations as such, and there won't be any boundaries, and there won't be any debts. Forgiveness is about the releasing of debt. You even talk about forgiving of debt. We won't hold each other in these karmic debts. So forgiveness is such a deep subject. It has so much to do with these karmic debts that connect human beings, that bring us together, that bond us in relationships, that attract us towards relationships and people in our life, particularly difficult relationships. So every difficult relationship or every challenging relationship has a residue of this debt. There's some debt that needs to be repaid, or it's assumed it needs to be repaid, but actually it needs to be forgiven and let go of. Love says, okay, I let you off. I'll let you off. You don't need to pay me back, because love is unconditional. And we are hooked into these conditional debts, these bargains in our relationships, and they're so deep inside our bodies and our memories, and they're woven into the fabric of all our relationships. So forgiveness, you could say, is the spirit of unconditional love, as it clears as it moves through the channels of our DNA, as it opens up these wormholes back inside us, in our bodies, through our cellular makeup. And that is happening both on an individual scale, but it's also happening, perhaps more slowly, on a collective scale. But one day that will pick up speed and happen really quite fast. In evolutionary terms, I've really seen that. So I don't know if that's useful to you, but
Oh yeah, definitely.
it's beautiful. It's a very beautiful thing, forgiveness.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those sacred seals from the 22nd gene key, isn't it? The fifth sacred seal. As the angel opens the fifth seal, there's this magical aroma, and the seal has been opened already. That seal was opened at the beginning of time, and then it starts to travel, and it's traveling now. It's always on the move, and it's always spreading, and it's always waiting for fertile souls who are ready to forgive and ready to call it into them. So it's a light. It's as one of the seven seals. It's something you can always call upon. Forgiveness. It's a mysterious thing, but you can always call on it. It's an agent of grace, so you can just go, forgiveness, please come into my life, and it'll come.
Beautiful.
Oh, please allow me to let go of this.
Nice. Yeah. It's talking more about forgiveness. Core notes, right? It's about letting go, shining light. Like, are you ready to forgive the people who hurt you? Like, do you see the negative impacts it has on your life? Like, for example, I was speaking to one of my friends a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about how he still remembered that back in third grade, he was being bullied really badly. Like, he was the person in class who wasn't like that popular person, who was like that nerd, and like there was some kind of bully who just constantly ganged up on him and kicked him a lot. And back then, like, he didn't know that it was actually gonna have an effect on him, right? Like, he felt super insecure, you felt super unsafe back then, but then it happened for a couple of years, and then later on you could see that ripple effect happen throughout his high school, where because of that, then he's really embarrassed whenever he wanted to like go up to make new friends. Like he can't really communicate really well because he has this internal fear of being bullied again, right? Especially when he sees another person being bullied as well. So these are just social conditioning, or not really social conditioning, but trauma conditioning that we really have to deal with, or else it's going to have a very great negative impact when we move along to the future. And you can see how it ripples out in your life, right? If you just think back in the moments when someone hurt you. What I like to do is just think about it in their perspective. They're actually not trying to hurt you, right? They're trying to actually do something good in their own lens. Like everyone's trying to be just a good person, right? But the reason why they're hurting you is because either they're fearful of something, or they're ignorant that they're hurting you, or their lack of love, or they're acting on like a low conscious state where they're acting out of irrationality and they're not really awake, right? Not a lot of people really, are running on autopilot right nowadays. Or they're super frustrated with something. Like if you think about why this person hurt you, just pinpoint anyone right now. It could be out of these 5 reasons. Like one of these 5 reasons must apply. And once you understand that, then you begin to ask yourself, are you also doing the same thing? And on the surface level, you might say, well, Bosco, I don't think I'm hurting someone, right? Like there's no way I'm going to be abusing this person. I'm a very kind person, right? But yes, on one hand, that may look true, like whenever you look at it yourself, but in reality, it's inevitable to hurt someone, even indirectly. Like what may seem like I'm not hurting them will actually be the opposite. Like they will still feel hurt by the things that you say, even though you might think that it's not hurting them. And this really takes deep understanding on 2 different worldviews, right? So for example, if you were going to tell someone who doesn't really believe in education and really just force them to nonstop, do some kind of coursework and force them to do a class, right? You might say, yes, this is good for them, right? And based on my own values, because I value the traditional education system, in my lens, this is amazing. This is great value. But for someone who does not value education system, I know we're using this as an example, then on their lens, okay, that's going to be a 3-minute pause. Let's finish the sentence and do 3-minute pause. So on their lens, it will actually harm them because it's going against their value, right? They're trying to do something else. They're trying to build like their own business, right? They value that instead, and forcing them would just be wasting their time, right? So you can see how looking at different lenses would have different values, how you can accidentally hurt someone unconsciously. So just being able to recognize that and understand others is super important. So yeah, let's just take 3 minutes. Normally I just don't even do timer. I just, observe the surroundings. Maybe we can rotate our computer here, and it's a really nice background right now. Actually, zoom me out. It's a really nice day. It's a bit hot here. I haven't turned on the AC, but you can see outside. Really grateful to have such an amazing view. And yeah, we have our whiteboard here. Up there, what that says is heart meditation and giving gratitude. Just things that I do every single morning as a routine, just reminding me. And then back here, we actually have bookshelf. And yeah, let's see what interesting things happen. And you just feel your feet, right? Look around your room and just, or if you're like listening to this on the way to work, on the way to school, on the way to eat with your friends, or just yourself, just going somewhere, just observe the people around you. Really take a deep breath. And remember that it's a miracle to even be here, right? I remember I used to put like a countdown timer on how many days left I have in high school. And it's crazy to just think back on how we went from counting from 1,000 days to like nearly about 200 days left, like 800 days already passed. It's crazy. We've grown so much as well. Like, just take a moment to recalibrate the moments when you grew a lot, right? How much you're learning in this period. And maybe think about the people who you've met or encountered in your life recently, or who have been supporting you a lot. I know for me personally, I was recording a podcast episode for Awakened Teens the other day. I think just 2 days ago, and it was my first time meeting Ryan in real life, so I'm super grateful for him. He's the author of this amazing book, Awaken Purpose, which talks about a reprogramming guide for human evolution. So it talks everything from life purpose, like why are we even on this earth, to how to live a more loving life and be more open-hearted in a world of chaos, right? Super grateful to have a great conversation with him. Also filmed some behind the scenes, which we're going to post. Yeah, I'm super grateful for all of my setup as well in front of me, for being on this journey of 7 days of grace. Spend some time in silence and just look around without me talking. It's great. It's been 4 minutes, but hopefully you guys did also do a pause and take a look at your surroundings. I could hear the birds chirping outside, even though I'm on the 20-something floor. Still hear the birds. Beautiful. So let's get back into it. So this is the practice. Journaling, forgiveness, time commitment 15 minutes. Find a quiet moment today to be alone. Give yourself 15 minutes for this simple exercise. Pick up a pen, find a blank sheet of paper, and do some spontaneous journaling around the question below. No one but you needs to see these words, so really open your heart and let the words spill onto the page. You may be surprised how healing this can be. Okay, let's see. Is there anyone in my life I still need to forgive? If there is a person that comes up for you that you would like to forgive, we also recommend holding an image of them in your heart space as you do the triple flame practice today. Where am I being hard on myself? Can I forgive myself? After you listen to the forgiveness audio, we invite you to journal, contemplate, or draw what forgiveness means to you. You can also use the notes function in this course if you like. And these are really nice journaling prompts, but it might sound like broad questions, right? Like it's like, for me, sometimes with these journaling prompts, it's hard to just think about how you structure the answer, right? Especially when there's really no guidance here. It's like so open, right? Like, how do you know whether or not you forgive this person? I think that's something I've been trying to battle with or trying to figure out as well. So I'm actually recording a video where we guide you through this whole process of forgiveness and this whole process of trauma releasing and really understanding why people hurt you the way that they do, so then you can release it permanently and just accept that it happened and really grow from it. So I think that video will be super helpful, which we're going to be launching in our new series in January with Awakened Teens, where we share everything about life purpose and everything to live from your higher self. So definitely be on the watch for that, as it relates a lot to forgiveness. But yeah, if you guys also prefer journaling, just feel free to take a screenshot now and put it in your iPad or save it for later. I would say like a good 30 minutes is probably solid for each question, or for all three questions, to be honest. And just gut instincts. I guess how I would approach these questions is like, is there anyone in my life I still need to forgive? Like, just think back to the moments when you got super agitated or you're super furious. I guess like that's a very good way to start, right? Using anger as a measurement, right? Like, what are you still furious about? Who do you still hold grudges with right now? And then write those people down. It could be like a whole list. And then just pick one or two to focus on. Like, who do you want to specifically use to forgive, right? And I guess who I'll pick is the people who really impacted me a long way, or someone who you still have a relationship with. So for example, like a big one that I think many people have is parents, right? Like, to a certain extent, like, parents do a great job, but then on the other hand, you still hold grudges to them for certain extents, right? So let's just say we take our parents, for example, and then what you want to do is just think about what you actually want to forgive. Like, how did they impact yourself, right? And then afterwards, flip it onto their perspective. Like, think about it from their worldview. What are they actually trying to do, right? Recognize that they're actually trying to do the best that they can as a parent. And then afterwards, you can ask yourself the question, are you willing to forgive them for the things that they did, right? Based on their worldview, based on their limited understanding, based on their state of being not as conscious as you, right? Not knowing about this forgiveness strategy. And if you think about it, it's a chain reaction, right? Because they were harmed by some other people. For example, if they're super strict on you in education, they had this fear of missing out, right? Think about their friends. Their friends are doing peer pressure to them to force them to really be so mindful about your education, because they're fearful that if you don't get a good education, then you're not going to survive, right? Or maybe they have experienced certain experiences when they're young of, not being in poverty, or, not getting this education, right? They don't want the same thing to happen to you. They don't want that pain to happen to you. And that's why they're doing things that they are, right? Just think about it for some time. There's no pressure here. See what comes up in your mind, and yeah, at least you build this awareness of what's happening. So yeah, I think that's a really nice way to wrap up day 3. I'm going to do this as well on my iPad later on during the night, but yeah, that's going to be day 3. Catch you guys in day 4. Good morning, guys. Today is day 4 of the 7 days of grace. Really nice morning, and I've got my iPad here and some blueberries and grapes to go along with the course, so feel free to grab something to eat as well to start your day off. So yeah, without further ado, let's get straight into it. Finding flow.
Hello and welcome to day 4. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're in the rhythm and enjoying this program and enjoying your life and discovering and exploring things. And I hope the field of grace is beginning to move around you. It may still be a bit invisible, but give it a bit more time. So today is about finding a new flow in your life. It's about finding ease and easiness, where before perhaps you found difficulty and struggle. And this is also a day about engaging the power of our intuition. And these two things are deeply connected: flow and intuition and ease. Modern life has us in such a twist. We all get so caught up in our worries. So what if we could find a new, simpler way of living entirely, a whole new way? What if we could find a life of laughter, with more joy, with more flow? What if it was also easy? What if life was easy? You can watch this short video here that I've done on transforming worry into ease, where I discuss this subject. grace doesn't have to come about through great suffering and conflict. We don't have to kind of be in this clenched thing to find grace. This is a good news day today. This thing we're doing here, these 7 days, it's easy. You may be discovering that it's easy. A couple of prayers each day from the heart, some pausing, some welcome pauses each day. How hard is that? And yet the simplest things give way to like the most magical things. So today could be quite fun. Intuition is powerful, but it's also very subtle. So the practice today is about following your intuition all day. So set aside today to do that experiment. Really listen to your intuition in all your decisions. Make sure you're taking care. So there's no need to take any risks. This isn't a week for dramatic gestures. This is a week for internal revelation. So explore your intuition today and see where it leads you. Consider what you're going to eat and just let your intuition choose things for you and see how interesting that is. See how surprising that could be for you. Speak at times when you feel to speak, and be silent at times when you feel to be silent, and be kind in at the same time. Remember that we're all here. We're here also. Part of grace is modeling graciousness. So see where today leads you. It could be a real adventure.
Super cool. So I guess the challenge today is to follow your intuition. Let things flow naturally, as following your body and what it's trying to say to you for decisions. But then I feel like that can also be mixed up with autopilot mode as well, because you're not really like thinking about the decision, but then you are kind of, because you're being conscious and being aware of it. Let's see. Transforming worry.
Transforming worry. Worry is a bit different from anxiety in the way I'm understanding it. Anxiety is something deeply embedded in our whole system. Worry is a habit. So here I'm going to look at worry. I'm going to really explore, well, how do we transform the habit of worrying, and where does it come from? It's interesting, really, worry, because when you worry about something, obviously you're worrying about the future. And I'm not going to tell you lots of wise things about how you should live in the now, and that, that's not what I'm going to be doing here. I don't want you to have that worry as well. But what I do want to explore is maybe the roots of worry. Like, worry is actually a form of narcissism. It's a form of self-obsession, because you're actually indulging in like a real kind of, it's self-indulgent. It's a part of you that is feeding a kind of mindset inside yourself that is not good for you, but you don't know how to change it, or you've just got into the habit of worrying about things. And then what it does is it just makes you a kind of nervy, edgy, unrelaxed, tense, tight kind of person. And that's not who you are. And you know this. That's why you're listening to this now. Because you kind of need to, we all need to find our way back to the joyous, the child, the person in us that loves freedom, that loves, all the things that you've forgotten since you were young, and, your dreams that you had as a child. Like, it's all been taken over by this sort of heaviness. What is this heaviness that we allow ourselves to indulge in? So we can see it's a habit. And habits can be broken. They can be changed. They can be transmuted. So that's the good news. And quite easily. The best way to change a habit is to change it from one thing into something else. It's really hard to just stop a habit. It's really hard to kind of stop addiction if you're addicted to something. The easiest is that you just transfer your addiction from one thing to something healthier. And that's what we're going to do here. That's the invitation to you. So what I want to invite you to think about is, how can we create a new habit? And that new habit is, I'm going to call it the art of ease. The art of ease. How to relax. Instead of worry, we're going to relax. Every time you find yourself worrying, we're going to remind ourselves of something. And this is like a one-liner. Come from an ancient Chinese sage called Chuang Tzu. He said, this wonderful one-liner, here it is, this is your creed. Easy is right. Easy is right. Those 3 words, I want to invite you to make them the basis of your life. Easy is right. What do I mean by easy is right? What I mean is that there are lots of decisions we have to make in life. There are lots of paths that we take. And where you've got to now in your life, it's the result of many decisions you've made, many paths you've taken. And it's taken, you've taken on things, you've taken on responsibilities, probably you've taken on, certain habits and kind of things that you have around you and ways, and worrying is one of those. And so the thing to understand is that you're naked right now, right? You're naked. So you can start again. Like in every moment we're naked. We're here before infinity. So we have paths open to us. And it doesn't matter what paths we've taken in the past. It doesn't matter how many paths we've taken or where they've led us. Right now, we stand at the crest of a new decision. Shall I go this way? Shall I go that way? Shall I eat this? Shall I eat that? Shall I speak to that person in this voice or in that voice? Shall I think like this or shall I think like that? We have all these options open to us. So what I want to suggest to you is that when you're next faced with a choice, think of these words, easy is right. And go, well, why don't I take the easy one? As human beings, we have this crazy sort of brain that wires us, and it's like rooted often in our childhood, that we have taken these difficult paths, these paths that even though they might look at one way or another to us, like they end up making our life more complicated because we take the hardest path. And so if you are a worrying person, this is a great practice for you. Take the easier path for a while at least. Just try it. Can I give you an example? I don't know, you're trying to decide where to go on holiday. You've got some choices. Like, there's this set of choices, and there's this set of choices. And you start moving towards this set of choices, and it just proves difficult. Like, you can't get hold of them on the phone, or the internet thing goes down, and suddenly you're like, oh, perhaps it's meant to be. Perhaps it's life telling you something. Like maybe there's another way. Maybe there's something else. So you just let it go. Just let it go. And go, well, there must be an easier way. And maybe for a moment the easier way is not to do anything. Or maybe something is waiting to replace that previous idea. So just be open and available to other ways, other decisions, and try making life easier on yourself. Like, just don't take on those responsibilities and complexities for a while. I'm not asking you to give up on your dreams. I'm just saying, make things easier. And that can become a new habit, that you start taking easier pathways. Now, there's a slight subtlety to this, because sometimes between two paths, the one that looks easiest is not the easiest. And the one that looks hardest is actually the easiest. So how do we know? Simple answer, intuition. And if you take the wrong way, you'll soon learn. You'll soon come back and you'll go, I didn't listen to my intuition. Because what the intuition does is it just measures the correct path for you. And the correct path is always the easy path, even if it's difficult. Yeah? It means that difficulty or that challenge will be a challenge that you can surmount easily, as opposed to an obstacle that just becomes a nightmare, but you keep soldiering on instead of just backing off and admitting that you've been wrong and that you didn't listen to your intuition, and that's why you're struggling, right? So following your intuition, following a flow, what your intuition will do is it will begin to put you in touch with the flow. We had this expression, being in the flow. We hear it sort of a new age expression, I'm in the flow. It's a great cliche. This is for you. Be in the flow. Find your flow. Anyone that finds their flow in life, it's because they found the easy path. That's why it's a flow. Everything's flowing. You're just sliding from one thing to the next. It's just, there's this beautiful unraveling. It becomes easier and easier. And the more you live like that, the more you relax inside yourself, the more deeply you breathe, the more free you feel, the happier you feel. It's really simple, actually, really simple. And what happens is that you forget to worry. You forget all about worrying, because You don't need to worry about the future because you found your flow. You found that you have inside you a means to know which path is easy. And the more you do trial and error with those paths, the more you'll realize, I didn't quite follow the intuition that time. Okay, I'm coming back, I'm resetting, and the next time, here we go, let's go this way. That's the easy one, that's the fulfilling one. And soon we create a sense of surrender deep inside our being. And we realize that life itself is supporting us. It's holding us in this rhythm, in this flow, in this effortlessness. And these cliches that you may have heard before, life, effortless being or effortless flow, it's like you're actually finding it yourself. You're actually living like that. So worry then becomes a thing of the distant past because it's like a habit you've forgotten about it. You didn't even have to change it, actually. You didn't even transform it. You just shifted the habit. You just shifted the perspective into this new perspective of finding your flow. And it's easy. The thing I'm giving you, there's the irony, this is not difficult. This is easy. This requires you to, right now, I'm inviting you to take this easy path in life. And I'm not going to say, it'll be hard in the beginning, because it won't. It's easy from the beginning. From the moment you stop listening to this, it's easy. And you might have to kind of listen to this a few more times just to remind yourself. Pin everywhere, easy is right, easy is right, easy is right. Right is easy. Right is easy. You reverse it. And then you'll find that you find this flow and this rhythm and a sense of being, a sense of just being. All the things of the mind begin to drop away, all the worries, all the what am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to be? What's the, how shall I behave in this situation? How shall I deal with this problem? You just flow through life like a knife through butter. Soft butter. And you find your rhythm. And then life itself is answered by your living in a sense of surrender, in a sense of flow, in a sense of pure being. And when you live from that place of pure being, you don't need to know the answer to anything. You don't need to know where you're going. You don't need to know where you've come from. That's when you come into the now, into the present moment, because you've just found this easy flow. And you can look around you and you'll be inspiring to people, because they'll look at you and you go, how is it you've created this life for yourself? How is it you're so relaxed? How is it that you laugh like you do? Because most of us have forgotten our laughter. And easiness opens up the belly and the breath so that we can belly laugh again, so that we can smile. And it brings good fortune to our life, and it brings simplicity. It brings all these gifts. So easy is right. Let that be the gift that you give yourself from now on. Bring an end to that worrying business.
I really like this video. Took lots of notes on this, and talks about easy is right. I think it's super controversial, especially when you go on YouTube and you listen to everyone talking about it. People will say always take the harder option, right? Always challenge yourself. But now, as he kind of reframe it in a different way, it's not doing the easy thing. It's not like eating junk food is the easy thing, but it's finding that flow that you have, finding what naturally works for you. And this really requires just understanding yourself, right? You can understand yourself and your natural being through human design and gene keys, which I think is the beauty. Because sometimes we like to deceive ourselves, or we feel social pressure to do something, but other people are not the same type as you, right? Other people may be more extroverted and you're more introverted. And it's society nowadays, they tell you to acquire so many different skills. You must have a variety of skills. For example, if you don't know how to socialize with the opposite gender and you don't know how to date, right? You'll start binge watching these videos and it makes you feel bad that you're not able to do this, and it looks like you need a lot of practice afterwards, especially for people who really can't does not have this natural communication style. This is not born into them naturally, right? But then once you question whether or not you can be spending that time doing something that makes you feel more fulfilled, such as doing something that is your own gift. So for example, maybe you prioritize writing, for example. You find joy in writing more than something else, like more than your weaknesses, right? It's like this debate on whether or not you should work on your weaknesses so then you can balance it with your strength, or you should continue amplifying your strength and live a joyful life, because all in all, like, we only have one life. I think I also fall into this trap sometimes where I work on my weaknesses as well when I can be strengthening my strength. But then again, like, you can also argue that everyone needs a balance, right? You need to have a balance. And maybe there are some, like, for example, using a relationship, for example, because I think this is one big topic that, a lot of teenagers talk about, right? Dating and everything. As a teenager, you start watching all of these videos talking about how you should be texting girls, how you should be approaching them, and, like, yes, to one extent, like, it's a strategy that works for these type of people, but it might not work for you, right? You might not be having this romantic relationship type. You might prefer, like, another style, right? And, like, even though social media might say, like, oh, this one style is more attractive than the other, maybe you're attracting, like, a different type of person. And I think your own style, it's already natural to you. Like, it's like the universe, or if you believe in some kind of higher power, already gave you this type of lifestyle, this type of relationship, like relationship communication, to attract a certain type of partner. And, like, if you think back to, like, history and, like, the old ages when there's no internet, like, how do people even learn how to communicate with the opposite gender? They don't, right? They just flow naturally with their own style. Like, for people who can talk more, then they're going to be the ones talking more. And for people who are more introverted, or people who likes to have deeper thoughts, and then they'll attract those type of people, right? So it's just letting everything flow. So being in the flow, I think it's a really good way. Like, I really like this quote, easy is right. Because sometimes things may look too easy to you, to the point where you start questioning whether this is value to other people. But then in reality, it is value to other people, because value is just helping someone else, right? But then sometimes we think that's too easy, to the point where it's like, this must not be real. Like, there's no way I deserve this, right? And that must be, like, some kind of social conditioning that you have, because society prioritizes, like, right now there's probably, like, more trendy jobs, right? With AI boom, like, everyone's starting AI businesses. And so, like, for humanities subjects in general, like, especially in higher level institutes, like, they're not getting as much funding, right? But then in reality, it's all about finding what flows for you. Let's see what the practice is. Today, we'd like to invite you to pay close attention to your intuition, perhaps more than you ever have before. Intuition is a mysterious knowing rooted deep inside our belly and body. When we listen and attune to this inner GPS, I like how they say GPS, our lives take on a new sheen. Watch your decisions today. Allow them to flow from your knowing rather than from your mind. Eat what your intuition wants. I thought I was saying eat your intuition, but move when your intuition wants. Speak when it wants, and let it say what it wants. Be silent when you wish to. Allow the mystery of life to penetrate you today. In doing the above exercise, please also use common sense. You don't need to quit your job or risk eating something that will make you unwell. It's important to hold kindness and self-care central to this practice. Be gentle with yourself and others. Be clear with yourself and others. You needn't be over serious today. Just explore the magic of flow. Beautiful. So I just start acting more of intuition. I think with this work, like, in general, like, I feel like we're, like, the stuff that we're talking about is, like, I'm trying to balance it with, like, the new age stuff. Like, probably people, like, a lot of teenagers and a lot of people, they heard of, like, the new age, and, you probably heard about the hippies and stuff like that. That's, like, really on, like, one side of the spectrum of spirituality, but then also balancing it with the practical stuff, right? So, like, there's, like, two ends of the spectrum. What I'm trying to do is, I feel like the best way is to, like, be in the middle, right? But society nowadays, like, especially today is 2025, October 16th, like, in this point when AI is booming and everything, I feel like everyone's so focused on the action, right? So focused on the physical reality, to the point where it's also important to get the pendulum to swing back to the middle, which means that you need to also get some of like these type of contemplation and slowing down content into your body, right? But then we also risk being dragged too much to the spiritual side, or like the contemplation side, where you don't take action at all. And I fell into this trap for like, I think the past 3 months. And I think I need to fall into this trap to know that you need to find this balance, right? In order to learn from your mistakes, you really need to make the mistake first, so then you learn it the second time better, right? You don't make the mistake again. And what I saw was like, I'm super stuck in my head and everything. I wasn't taking action. But then once you have this balance in between where you're still actually taking action in something in real life, making progress, right? And also including this intuition and learning all of these concepts of living more aligned, and you do it in the same time. And it really depends on where you are right now as well, right? But considering I'm still in school right now, I have a lot of like action oriented stuff. Balancing it with this stuff also helps, you know, make you feel more aligned and make you think about the future as well. But I'm considering that I'm going to really the real world in like less than a year now. I'm going to be college. I'm going to have so much time, right? Like what's going to happen is, most likely because I'm so sucked into this thing, you're going to like get so much into the spiritual stuff and so much visualization and thinking. But what's more important is applying that to your life, right? Like, you know this information, but if you don't apply it to your life, then there's no point of learning about it, right? No application, and what's the point of learning the knowledge? Like, the reason why I learn the knowledge is to apply it, right? So, yeah. And that's a really good one for day 4, finding flow, finding this easiness. And yeah, I'm super excited to get into day 5, radiating love. Hope you guys are enjoying this 7 days of grace, and we're starting to get this balance in the spectrum, right? Not only action oriented, but then also learning about these concepts of connecting back to our deeper and inner selves so that we can live more fulfilled and aligned. So yeah, I'll see you guys in day 5. What's up, guys? It is day 5 today, and we're going to be doing radiating love. And just very funny story before we begin. I was actually going on a camping trip last night for 2 days. So today is actually a Sunday. I was camping from Friday morning to Saturday afternoon, and I slept for like 17 hours. A funny story with intuition. Like in the middle of the hike, one of my friends lost their sunglasses, and we were like going back the same path, and it was like one of those like very bushy paths with lots of trees around, and it's super hard to like look on the floor because it's just all covered in flowers. And just funny thing was that I was thinking about being able to find the sunglasses and visualize it, and I couldn't really believe it, but somehow it just magically appeared in front of me. So I thought it was super coincidental, as I was also looking at intuition with day 4 in this, and just by having this positive image in your mind, it just suddenly magically comes to you in a very funny way. So I thought to just mention that before day 5. But yeah, super excited to get back into this. Day 5, radiating love. Let's get straight into it.
Welcome to day 5. You know, we're getting into a good deep rhythm now, hopefully. And, you know, I want to thank you just for being here with me and doing this experiment, you know, giving this gift to yourself of these 7 days and just setting them aside to explore something new. It's courageous of you. It's bold of you to try out something new like this and to stay with it, So I hope you're still managing to do the prayer practice and the pausing. And I hope that that's kind of sinking in a bit deeper. And I'm here to encourage you to persevere. You know, perseverance is key in all transformational practices. Remember what I said earlier in day 2, I think it was. You do it, you get it. It might have been in day 1. You do it, you get it. What my master said one day. So today is a lovely day because the subject today is love. It's a famous line from a famous poet, actually, Hafiz. The subject tonight is love. So love is also a key aspect of grace. And today you're going to hear an audio journey where I explore an Indian saint called Amada Mayi Ma. And I explore the consciousness of a saint and what it's like to live inside the field of that. Someone who lived in a higher dimension than most of us. So you should see this as, in a way, look upon this as a bit similar to taking a lovely, long, hot bath. When you're listening to that. It's got some beautiful music, Indian music running under it. And it's about 40 minutes long. So make some space to do that and to sit or walk or lie around somewhere as you take that in. So you can kind of drift and dream with me, because I get quite kind of ecstatic on the flow of that. And it's part of a free series I've recorded called The Ecstatics, about people who really let love kind of flower in their hearts in life in different ways. So, I'll share the other ones with you at the end of this course, and you can see and you can enjoy the other ones as well. Anyway, what this journey does is it reminds us that we can actually live at a higher frequency, that we have within us access to higher states of consciousness, and that the inner meaning and the purpose of existence itself is to find and embody love and compassion, just as Amada Mayi Ma did. And so the practice today is to extend this into any of the other pauses you can find, and just bring love into your life and into your day and into your heart. Just for today, be a consummate lover. Be love itself in action. Ask yourself in each situation, what would love do now? And let yourself go a bit, a little bit ecstatic, a little bit crazy in that way, in wild love pouring through you. See if you can find your inner ecstatic. And you might wish to gaze at the picture of this beautiful woman, Amada Mayi Ma, for a little bit today, and just take in the aura of her blissfulness. Yeah, have a great day. Radiating love.
Super exciting day. What is this? 40-minute audio, okay. Triple flame pausing. Let's read the practice first. So make today all about love. Let's do a bit of background research first on this saint. I'm just interested in reading about it. Healer. She like religious? Oh, Hindu, yeah. What does order mean? Self-realization. Oh, self-actualization. Oh, I didn't know it was called self-realization. The same thing, I think. Yeah, it's self-actualization. I know I could be using AI for this, but sometimes it's just fun to read Wikipedia and just too lazy to prompt. What was her most famous teachings? Oh, so she's like a teacher of self-actualization. Referred herself to a third person. Interesting. Let's listen to the audio. 40 minutes. Let's do this. See if we can take some notes.
Welcome back to the Ecstatics, part 3 of this monthly journey into...
What is this? Okay.
The world and realm of ecstasy. Welcome to another inner pathway. another tributary of the great river, another branch of the tree of life. Welcome back to the wonder of our inner world, the transparency of our deepest intimacy. Isn't that a wonderful word? Intimacy. Into me, see. That's what we do. We see into each other. I'm inviting you in to see into me, into the one heart, into the core of being. Today we're going to be looking at a truly awesome being, Amada Mayi Ma. And the title I've given to this ecstatic is the ecstasy of evanescence. September, October, November, autumn. This is a time of evanescence, a time of vanishing. The new winds are here, sweeping down from the north and the east. I like to think of the place where the winds spring from. Perhaps some quiet clearing deep in the Ural Mountains of northern Russia. And they begin there as a gentle eddy, the softest zephyr, slowly spiraling through the oceans of pine trees, tumbling and whirling down the icy rivers, tickling the mouths of the leaping salmon, furrowing the hairs on the backs of the black bears, picking up the smells, the vibrations, brushing against the feet of the children, softening the frown of a dying man, and then sweeping down into the great cities, Vladivostok, Murmansk, and then rising up on the terrific power of the northern reaches of the great seas and coursing across the great wilds of Scandinavia until they reach my island, Great Britain, England. Have a think about where the winds come from and where you live now and how far they've travelled and perhaps where they began. And as I stood recently on an ancient hilltop, my home area of Dartmoor, an ancient tract of land, with my 3-year-old boy Ambrose standing next to me, we opened our arms to receive these amazing, wonderful new winds, full and fresh against our faces. It was a boy and his father rising together in ecstasy. Ah, the winds of change, eh? The winds of change. September is always October, November, September, October, November, autumn. It's always a time of endings. Autumn comes, and when it comes, it cleanses. It's a time for goodbyes. You have to say goodbye to the summer. You have to say goodbye to all the fruits of the summer, all its hopes, all its promises, all its wonders. That's what evanescence is. It's the disappearing. It's the saying goodbye. The ending, the vanishing, the farewell, the sadness, the beauty, the letting go. I'm drawn to think of all the many pathways through the ecstatic realms. With Mother Julian, who we started with, we travelled through the ecstasy of the Mother, of nature, of Christ, the Passion of Christ. We've journeyed with Rilke last time, and through the intensely beautiful ache of his language that stretches out into the void to capture those fleeting gulps of ecstasy that he takes, to soothe our parched mouths. And today, tonight, we surrender into the evanescence of ecstasy, right into the heart of the transmission of ecstasy. Because you and I cannot exist together in ecstasy. One of us has to go. There's no room for any doubt or any fear in this realm. So let's leave that at the door. Let's take off our shoes. Let's feel the bare earth coursing beneath our feet. your life, whatever shape it's currently taking, whatever winds are curling around you, wherever the fates have brought you, whatever the stage you find yourself in, within the unfolding drama of your life and your destiny, here, now, you can step out of the drama, off the stage, and into the real, into the eternal, into the magical place within your being, your body, that place of infinite softness and ease, that place of memory, that place of wonder and silence and light. So I'd like you to allow your life and your troubles to evanesce, softly, to vanish. Let them drift out of focus, like a film screen becoming hazier and hazier. Your friends, the faces of those you know and love, the faces of those that trouble you, those unknown but recognizable faces that you pass each day, you can let them fall away gently, just for this 1 hour, this single precious hour. No one and nothing is here but light, but peace. There are no faces in here, just the dawn of time, just the smile of creation. So we're looking at this amazing sacred being, a woman of unsurpassable beauty and splendor, of great simplicity and mystery. She was known as Sri Amada Mayi Ma. She's been called many things: an Indian saint, an avatar, an embodiment of the Divine Mother, an enlightened one. But you know, none of these names can touch her. None of them. Not what she really is. And that's why I've chosen her. Now, she is the ultimate expression of ecstasy possible in the human body. I hope that you begin to just imbibe a little bit of her presence, that evanescent ecstasy, the ecstasy that makes you disappear, because that is the zenith of ecstasy. That is the culmination of ecstasy. You have to give yourself up to it. You have to risk everything. You have to die. So I'm going to approach this monologue differently, in a new way. Because you can't approach a being like this in a straight line. You just can't. Not through her biography, not through her story, no matter how interesting it may be to you. I leave that up to you if you're interested. You know, it's all there on the web nowadays. You can find out anything you want about anyone. So all you need to really know about her is that she was born in India at the end of the 19th century. She lived almost a century until 1900 and something or other. Check it out. I'm not bothered. The rest, well, we can only move around her in a circular kind of meditative dance, in a blazing contemplation of light and truth and wonder. So please, just let it all go now. No need for your curiosity here. No need for your mind. No need for your understanding. No need for your knowledge. Wherever you look at Amada Mayi Ma, through whoever's eyes, wherever I've come across quotes or stories or anything about her, it's like no one has found it possible to be anything other than awed. And that's an extraordinary thing. And I heartily invite you to find a photograph of her and look at it. Particularly the one, there's a famous one of when she was young and she's kind of gazing out, up, and you can see the ecstatic energy in her eyes. You can see the evanescence. You can see that she's vanished. So today we're going to move directly into the heart of her, of she who lives with and in the divine. Ecstasy is all about the divine feminine. Names she has none, faces a million. Words, they've long gone. It's just a memory somewhere inside you. Some part of you deeply buried. A woman, Amada Mayi Ma. She pretended a name. She might just as soon use your own name. Doesn't make any difference to her. The name, the face, the life, the biography, the story. She can't even pretend to be a she. She lives, though, deep within the heart of your blood, where she never dies. She never sleeps. She never dreams. She simply waits. And she's waiting there now, inside you. She's waiting for you. She's waiting for your time to come. She's waiting for you to recognize the essential. She's waiting for you to let go of the drama and meet her here within. She is light, divine light, silver light, gold light, pure light, the light of silence, the light of overwhelming ecstasy. How will you contain her? How can you encompass such a being? You can't. You can't. What will become of you? What will become of you when finally you let her explode inside your heart? What will your life appear like? Have a think about that now. Open up your imagination. Take some moments. Allow her to reshape your life. Just a few minutes. Let her use your imagination. Imagine what would change in your life to look out through eyes like hers. Because she is you without fear. She is you living at your absolute zenith, claiming all powers, devoid of all desires, rich beyond measure. Imagine that to be you. Amada Mayi Ma. She's appeared in many guises, both man, woman, child, animal, plant, you name it. Over a century ago she came as Amada Mayi Ma, a small Indian girl born in a poor Bengali town, an unknown life, another of millions of children born every year out on the gentle green and blue planet we live on. Was she different from anyone else? No. She's the same as you and I. She's here now inside us, waiting, always waiting. Nothing special. No one special. And yet, yes, she was different. At the age of 3, she heard the chants of the holy monks outside her house, and immediately she fell headlong into ecstasy. That ecstasy was never to leave her for the rest of her life. I mean, imagine that. How can this be? How is it that we fall asleep and that we forget? How is it that some remember so candidly, so quickly like that? I've considered this. I've gone very deeply into this woman. For her, for Amada Mayi Ma, it was to be her last visit to this beautiful planet. One final incarnation. One final exquisite, heart-aching sigh before she disappeared forever into that which she loved above all else. All that sadhana, spiritual practice, all that devotion, all those chants, all those millions of incarnations, trying to slough off the crude, sticky, clinging atoms of the coarse frequencies of the form. All the prayers from all her lives, of all the years, months, days, and every last second of devotion has brought this about. All that pressure she has had to go on building, dreaming the lighting, coaxing it into the subtle bodies, and the sacrifices she has made along the way, her friends, her parents, her desires, her personal dreams, her collective dreams for harmony, for humanity, all of it thrown into the one single aching, overarching desire, her longing to merge with the One. We pilgrims of the ecstatic plains, we should take heart from the life of this one woman. We really should take heart. For when one of us reaches this great, ineffable goal and passes into the center of the great weave, the amazing, awesome, unending place of truth, the door opens wider for all of us inside us. She's there, calling us now to come in. Come in, she ushers. Come in, with her little Indian hands. Come in. All your desires, all your work, all your opinions, all are shadows of the one desire at your core, to return to that light, the pure light of the endless love that lies in your heart. Never stop, she says, never stop. Never tire or slacken the inner pressure of your longing. One day, she says, one day you will reach a life like I, in which all the work has been done before you arrive. Just one single tiny match, and you'll catch fire and burn forever. And perhaps that day is coming sooner than you think. Here in these changing times, when so much focus is on the world, the environment, politics, money, no money, relationships, family, work, these are times in which your inner light can burn all the brighter, times of intense change. The greater the pressure in your life, the more fortunate you are. Think about that. If you realize that,
Every trial you face is there for this one single purpose, to show you that only one option lies open to you. Only one. To remember love. However you choose to remember it, and however far you wander into the veils that obscure your love, that is the purpose of existence. To receive my love, to receive her love, my soft-hearted guidance within you. There's a man, some call him Hamsa Yogi. Others know him as Yogiraj Gurunath Siddhanath, a great Himalayan adept. He's still alive. He's in the lineage of the great Siddha Yogis, the royal path of the Himalayan masters. He speaks of his first meeting with Amada Mayi Ma. She was the bliss-permeated mother. I had the good fortune to meet her on many occasions, and had many sweet memories in the aura of this divine being. One rainy afternoon I left home in haste. I was homesick, and I wanted to be absorbed in her presence. On reaching her ashram in Pune, I found the door to her room closed. I did not want to disturb her, but stood in the rain, my eyes transfixed on the door as if I would stare it open. It did open, but only after I had practiced rain yoga for 20 minutes or so, a mild tapper to wash away some negative karma before meeting with the divine, I thought to myself. She smiled and called me indoors, saying I was a stubborn child. And so I was. Before I sat, I proceeded to touch her feet, which she normally does not permit. But as I touched her feet, I was shocked to find my hands go through her bones and flesh to touch the floor. My body was electrified at that. I remembered that an avatar is an illusion of light in the illusion of the world. It can, at will, to increase a person's faith, make one experience his or her body of light. No flesh, no shadow, no karma. How can nobody have any karma? An avataric being is karmaless. When it does work in Maya, it leaves no samskaras. It's like writing on water. When the unliberated student does his daily chores or work, he creates karma. It's like writing on the sand. Uplifted and wonderstruck by this experience, I settled in a trance-like state and saw her radiance flooding the whole ashram and the whole countryside. As my body elongated, my consciousness left it to expand and merge in her wondrous aura. I was blessed. And when I opened my eyes, the surroundings were still radiant with her presence. An hour later, she said, "You are your own guru. Go and spread the word of the Lord in far lands." And after that, she went into samadhi again. A wonderful account. Imagine the aura of such a being. She is a part of a great divine stream, the third aspect of the great Trinity, the Mother, Durga, Lakshmi, Kali, Saraswati, she who rides the swan of grace. She's the pure symbol of the fifth body in this journey through the layers of the Corpus Christi, the sacred rainbow body. The fifth body, if you recall, the Buddhic body. It's the place where ecstasy replaces emotion. Emotion exists entirely in the second body, the astral body. And only when the skies of the astral body are clear does the sun of ecstasy shine in its full radiance. Here's a little image for you. The earth is the physical body. Its rivers, streams, energies are the etheric body that runs through the earth, the physical body. The astral body are the cloud realms, the clouds. The mental body is the sky, the blue sky. The causal body is the stratosphere, where the sky meets space, the earth's atmosphere, the ring pass not that leads to space. The causal body is that bridge. And beyond the causal body, beyond the earth's atmosphere, lies the solar system. And that's the Buddhic body, the sun, the aura of the sun. As far as the sun shines into space, that is the Buddhic body. As you can see, it's huge, it's vast, it's beyond our comprehension. That is the body of ecstasy. In the tradition of the initiations, the 9 initiations, this is information contained in the gene keys, and it's contained in the 22nd gene key, and where the 9 initiations are listed. And one day I will teach these in much more depth. The 2nd initiation and the 5th initiation and the 8th initiation are octaves of each other, and that happens throughout the 9, the 1, the 4, the 7, the 2, the 5, the 8, the 3, the 6, the 9. They're echoes of each other. And the top 3 initiations are initiations beyond humanity. In other words, the enlightenment, what we call enlightenment, that occurs at the 6th initiation. And beyond that is a great mystery, because those 3 initiations, the 7th, the 8th and the 9th, these all have names. The 7th is the ordination, the 8th is the sanctification, and the 9th is the glorification. Particularly the 8th is that Amada Mayi Ma belongs to the tradition of the 8th initiation, because what she is an avadhut. That is a tradition through the yogic systems. There's a tradition called the avatar, and the avatar begins at the 7th initiation. In other words, an avatar is when divinity incarnates into form, as opposed to humanity rising up and attaining divinity. That's the 6th initiation. So she was a woman who attained the 6th initiation, and it's a rare occurrence, but it has occurred before, that the secret to this is the causal body. I'm explaining this in the middle of our meditation, and I hope that it continues our meditation in a contemplative way, because this is important to understand. The causal body, remember the stratosphere, that is the aspect of our nature that continues to incarnate. And when you leave this plane at the 6th initiation, the causal body dissolves. It is said that you cannot return to the earth plane. You have exited samsara and you have entered another higher evolution. Some beings, however, can hold back their causal body so that they can return in a following incarnation. And this is the case with Amada Mayi Ma. These beings are called avadhut. The avadhut. They are the bridge to the avatar. Out of this came the tradition of the bodhisattva, the one who holds back their enlightenment until everyone on the planet is enlightened. And Amada Mayi Ma arrived on this planet in this incarnation completely ready. So something, she held back something. That being held something in the causal body so that she could return and bring that radiance. And it began for her at the age of 3. And for most of us, our greatest work now is to be found on this astral plane. Every emotional reaction we have to any stimulus either brings more clouds into our inner sky, or it clears those clouds. The deeper we open our hearts, the better the weather becomes. I want you to understand that your astral body is absolutely real. It is a living, vibratory field around your body. It governs your inner rhythms, your daily moods. Above all, it governs your desires. And because it's the closest in vibration to the physical body, your emotions impact your physical body in a very, very, very profound way. And there's this relationship obviously between the mental plane, which is the next layer, and the emotional plane, the mind and the feelings. And the mind is further away from the body, the physical body, than the feelings. So the feelings are so important. They're so important because they directly affect our health and the health of the physical body and the way we feel. Every feeling, every desire. Amada Mayi Ma reminds us of the greatest of all the emotional truths. And it's that all desires are really a single desire in varying levels of disguise. In other words, whatever you're trying to bring into your life, whatever it is you're wanting to get rid of, whatever it is you yearn for, it's all just the light that you're really wanting. And the light is hidden inside your DNA. If you need more money, it's the light you need. If you're feeling unhappy or restless or sad, it's because you're missing the light. If you want someone to change, or you're feeling resentment or irritation towards someone, it's because you've forgotten the light inside. If you really want that piece of cake in the window, it's really the light. If you want that new car, or that piece of technology, guys, it's the light. Ladies, the new pair of shoes, a new outfit, a new haircut, it's the light. Sex, if you want sex, it's the light. If you want, it's always the light that you want. I've had an immense fun with this woman. She's actually been with me since the very beginning of the ecstatics. I've carried her. She's been underneath all of them. I mean, we're still just at the beginning of this journey, but I feel like I've begun with her. And at Mother Julian and Rilke, there's other two I've done, and all the others that I will do are contained within her. And as I've moved in my own being into deeper empathy with Amada Mayi Ma, this is the central clear message she's imparted to me. It's about desire. All desire is for the light. And a daily immersion in this truth will change you. It's changing me. It resets the core focus of your life, because no matter what happens on the surface, beneath, the light is all that matters, and the light's inside you. Nothing on the surface matters. Matter is nothingness. true ecstasy is evanescence. Evanescence is when the boundaries dissolve. It's when things go out of focus. It's when you let the boundaries of your outer world soften. You let that eternal autumn of the inner light bring dissolution to your being. Let it dissolve you. As you allow yourself gradually to disappear into this light, into this love. And then all that remains is the light. Pure, true, simple, silent. Just like Ma's eyes. The Avadhut. What it means is one who is set apart for special purpose. Each one of you who's listening to this, you are somewhere along this evolutionary path of initiations. You may be at the first, you may be at the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, who knows? Only you know. And it's great to realize that you're exactly where you're meant to be. And that light inside you, inside your very DNA, that is all that matters. Right now, that's all that matters. If you make that your focus, the focus of everything, if you begin to realize that everything is just about that, then you become aligned with these extremely high initiations. And that this being that's beyond our understanding, that's not a single being, that begins to pull us towards itself. They say that the third is the charm. Bless them. Well, this third transmission, it's really opened up a doorway inside me. You know, I hope it has for you. I hope it has. Amada Mayi Ma, I'm out of words, really. You know, I don't have any more words to say around her. She's that spirit of grace that works inside you, even when you don't know it. Especially when you don't know it. Especially when you're really in a tough spot. That's when she's there. And this is the thing about grace. I've said it with Mother Julian. All you have to do is ask. Inwardly, ask for her grace. Once, twice, as many times as you need to. Deep within your heart, she always hears you. Because she is you. She's so delighted to hear from you. She'll arrange everything for you. You just have to allow yourself to evanesce. You have to be soft to be an ecstatic. You have to be intensely soft. You have to be so soft that you penetrate everything. Everything. You have to vanish into that infinite softness, into the voluptuous syrup of her love. And then all will be well. And all will be well with your life. I have no more words for you today, but I wish you my deepest love. And I'll see you next time. Ciao, Bella.
That was kind of crazy. I think halfway, I don't know if you guys watched the entire 40 minutes, but I just lost patience halfway a bit, but then I tried to be more patient and just let it go flow. And I think the last part was really helpful. Like, there were lots of key takeaways. Made some notes on it. Some interesting stuff that I talked about was like intimacy was into me see. Inviting you to see into me. That's actually very, very good wordplay. Like, I haven't actually thought about that. I really love these like wordplays, right? Like, responsibility is response, like your ability to respond to something, and these wordplay just makes language look so beautiful, you know? Because the core takeaway was one purpose in our life is to remember and receive love, and that's basically our only purpose. I think it's super interesting because you can also argue that fear is also love, because without a form of fear, like the only reason why you fear something is because you love someone, right? Like you fear your relationship is going to be broken, but then the reason why you're fearing is because you love your relationship or you're too attached to it. I guess there's two different things between being too attached to it or being co-independent with it. Like not being dependent, but also not being super independent. So having that balance. And another one is how he talks about all your desires is that you want your light, which is hidden in your DNA. And that jumps back to why we should all learn about our gene keys, learn about our human design, learn about our natural flow. Because even though we do have some sense of idea of what our natural flow is or what we actually like, right? But like it's especially with the media and with all the technology and everything and with so many actions going on around us, it's hard to pinpoint exactly or have like a good framework when you keep questioning yourself, especially when you're in such a young age and there's so much information out there. You question whether or not this is authentic to you or if it's something that's enforced to you based on social pressure, right? But I guess you can also slowly discover your light through slowing down and meditating, especially if you're an action-oriented person, which is something I've been trying to do as well for the past couple of months. A lot more to find time, even though there's lots of work in high school. But definitely Gene Keys and Human Design will give you like a broader framework of where you should be looking at, which is super nice. All your desires is all you want is light. Interesting. And true ecstasy is evanescence, which is true joy is vanishing and surrendering to your being. Yeah, I think most of these teachings are repeated in multiple different ways, like throughout the days. I can see like he's trying to say in the same way. I mean, in the same thing, but in like a different way. For example, like I think this meditation 40 minutes was super interesting in a way where like he wasn't telling you about the teaching, but then he was like intertwining it with the life of Amada Mayi Ma, if I'm saying that right. Amada Mayi Ma, intertwining it with her, and then through that, like looking at her life and portraying her into you, does Richard teach us the teaching of what he wants to tell us of like this one being, right? So it's very interesting how we see it unfold in multiple different ways throughout the different days. So yeah, I guess that was day 5. A bit longer one, but definitely interesting to hear about this concept of oneness again, and in a very different form of using a famous saint as a way to transmit information. So yeah, let's get into day 6. Good morning, guys. Today is day 6 and we are going to be looking at softening into transformation. Let's get straight into it.
Welcome to day 6. Today is about softening. Isn't this a nice journey? We go from love, quiescence, softening. So we're going to soften into transformation. You know, throughout this week, we've invoked grace, we've created quiescence, we've allowed forgiveness, we've explored flow and opened our hearts to love. Now we look at the nature of transformation itself. And here you're going to find a meditation on transformation. It's one of my favorite meditations. It's called the Heart of Peace. And it's yours to keep, you know, like all these resources. So you can use it at any time. Anytime you feel something's moving through you, you're a little bit chaotic, you're a little bit uncertain, you know, you're a little bit nervous or anxious, or you feel overwhelmed or confused, or, you know, this is a great meditation, because what it does is it allows us to recognize those states as transformational states that, if we give them the space, can move through us and turn into something more beautiful. Or you're just in need of some comfort. You know, this is about feeling into our own discomfort, moving a bit deeper into self-acceptance, to explore a little bit the shadow, you know, those darker parts of our nature, but not like in an intense way, just gently opening so that we can like, instead of flinching when we're uncomfortable, we start to soften, you know, and when we start to soften and yield, then the transformation quickens inside us. It moves through more smoothly, you know, and then we come out the other side. And the practice today is really simple. You're going to learn a mudra, a sacred hand position. And these are ancient practices, thousands of years old, and they're kind of like an ancient language. And the mudra is set up resonance with our subtle bodies, that we have these other frequencies or dimensions that we live in that are surrounding us. We're not aware of them much of the time. But they set up the resonance with these higher frequencies and sacred geometries in the cosmos, in other dimensions. There are actually 64, in my teachings, there are 64 of these mudras. And this one is called the Mudra of Epiphany, number 43, if you're interested. And Epiphany is about breakthrough. You know, so this is a mudra that helps you understand and embody breakthrough. So it helps energy move through your system. It helps chaotic energies it helps you integrate them and move them through and shift states. So it can really help you at any time that you feel something moving inside you, you know, and you can do it anytime, anywhere. It's nice, you know, the point of mudras is that they tune us into these higher transcendent states. So you could do it with my meditation. And then when you hold the mudra on its own, even without the meditation, it will begin to remind you of that meditative state. It will bring back the effects of that meditation, and it'll bring that softness that helps us moving through life's difficulties. So again, the secret of mudras is repetition. We do them, and we do them in the right spirit, you know, in the spirit of softness. And this is a beautiful, simple, wonderful mudra that can really, you know, help you, you know, embody that spirit of softness. So soften into transformation today, and know that you are safe and that you are held, and that if there's something moving through you, just breathe through it and let it pass through, you know, and you'll see some magic coming out the other side.
Nice. So this is the mudra? Oh no, this is the mudra. And this is the meditation. Let's do the meditation first.
So I'd like to take you on a short journey, meditative journey, into the lessons of pivoting and pausing and merging, and particularly, you know, this process of pivoting that can be quite challenging. So take a few deep breaths, make yourself comfortable, and just breathe, close your eyes. A few deep breaths, and allow your awareness to travel with your breath deep inside. And just through those deep breaths, bring your awareness down through your nostrils, through your throat, dropping down past your lungs, your stomach, down into the depths of your belly and into your base. And find an anchor point inside you. Find a point where your awareness just feels at rest. And sometimes we call this the one point, the core of our being. Let your intuition find that little point. And just rest there. And just allow for yourself to be in the midst of transformation. And when we're in the midst of transformation, we don't really know what's going on. So I want to invite you to allow that to be okay. It's okay. Whatever's going on, you don't need to understand it. And think of your life right now. Think of the place where perhaps there's a little confusion in you. Perhaps there's some chaos. Perhaps there's some discomfort. Think of that issue. And allow that issue to be in the midst of a transformation. Just allow it to be. Because if there's chaos there, if there's difficulty and challenge, then there's transformation. And often all that transformation needs is a bit more space, a bit more gentleness, and a bit more patience. So give yourself those gifts. Open up some space inside. Let your breath clean you out. You don't need to understand, so there's no pressure from your mind. You don't need to feel anything different, so there's no pressure to feel anything different. You can just allow your body to feel the way it feels right now. And make some space for that. Allow your breath to open up that space. As though you're deep under the ground, following a tunnel, and then you come out into a huge cavern. And in that cavern you may not be able to see anything, but you can feel the sense of space and the silence. And you can just rest in that inner space. Or perhaps you're swimming into the ocean and you swim out far into the ocean or a lake and there's all this space around you. Or you're on a mountaintop and there's all this space around you. Create that feeling of space. And feel the generosity of that space. The openness of that space, that inner space. The gentleness. No pressure. So you can just be and let the issue just float, hanging there with all this space around it. And this is what our transformation requires. It requires that we create this inner space and that we relax more deeply inside ourselves, even around our discomfort, so that we can truly feel the discomfort. And we don't need to react to it. We don't need to fix it. We just allow ourselves this place of inquiry. You know, you can allow yourself a little bit of curiosity. You know, just to look at the discomfort without any agenda. Just look at it. Perhaps it has a shape or a color. Perhaps your imagination conjures up an image or a memory. Just have a little look at it. Perhaps even allow yourself a little bit of delight when you look at it. Oh, you might be pleasantly surprised. Something you thought was so heavy and intense, maybe it's not like that at all. Maybe it's really something wounded inside you, like something that needs compassion. Part of you that you never really gave attention to. Like a little wounded child or a wounded animal. You know? And you never really thought to offer it your gentleness and your patience. And then you realize, oh my goodness, that's actually what it needs most of all. What a revelation that can be. And feel how this climate of deep softness inside yourself is exactly what you've been needing. Because it's only in this deep, deep patience that this wounded creature inside you, this part of you, can open, will feel safe enough to unwind. And then instead of rushing around in your life like a headless chicken, trying to distract yourself from this pain, or trying to resolve it with your mind, it can just be. And all it needs is this pillow, this softness, this mothering energy, this parenting, this paternal love, this maternal love. It's a little part of yourself that got left outside. Wasn't anyone's fault, really. If it was caused or triggered by another, it was just triggered by their wounded child. It was just propagated. You don't even really want to blame the other. It's just one wounded child hurting another wounded child. And all these children need is this soft forgiveness. So offer it to yourself, first of all. Give yourself this gift of inner love, of acceptance, deep allowing. Allow your thoughts to settle. Allow any anxiety here just to be what it is. This is how we parent ourselves. This is how we use the art of contemplation to remind ourselves of the thing we most are yearning for. Deep self-love. And when you realize this, wow, what a freedom that is. Because now you don't need it from anything or anyone outside. It's always here. It's completely in your own hands to heal your own wounds. And all it needs is this. It doesn't need any deep knowing. It doesn't need lots of therapy, though that can help. That can help. That's allowed as well. Everything's allowed. But ultimately, when we come right down to the core, we get here. We need to love ourselves. We don't need ferocity or intensity. We need softness. We need allowing. We need forgiveness. Yielding. The beauty of unconditional love. And breathe into your belly and smile deep inside yourself and know that this is your path now. You can return to this inner place any time and let every pause be a return to this. This is what will help the transformation deep inside your being. Every grain of suffering will be transformed by this love. And there is no hurry and no pressure. You will find your way with it in your own time, in your own way. And now you know. Now you know.
Oh my. Oops. That was nice. I think we're coming to an end, so. See if we could download this as well. I think it's just good to keep on your desktop anytime you want to listen to it. I'm gonna airdrop it to my phone as well. Have like a collection of meditations for different things.
This is the Mudra of Epiphany. So and this one you take the thumb and the index fingers and you create an 8. You lock them together like that. And then you close off, you interlace the other fingers, so you close it off so that it all feels quite like tight like that. And it feels comfortable. And so this mudra will take you into a kind of a space of incredible inner light. You know, an epiphany is a build-up and an eventual explosion of this deep inner light. So this has the potential to really create a breakthrough inside you from the higher planes, to open you up from the inside. So it's very beautiful. All you have to do is just breathe softly, and you can do this one for as long as you like.
Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna try doing this for a couple times a day. It's 8, and then you just put your hands together. Super nice. So yeah, that was day 6. Super nice. Catch you guys tomorrow on day 7. What is up, guys? Today is day 7 and going to be our final day, and we're going to be entering the miraculous. So yeah, let's get started instantly.
Welcome to day 7. They say 7 is a lucky number. And you know it's true. You know, this course is inspired by a much bigger wisdom that's called the 7 Sacred Seals. And the 7 Sacred Seals, it requires a much deeper commitment to grace, to the spirit of grace. So, you know, this is 7 days, but you might know, or you might not, that it actually takes the body, the physical body, 7 years for the cells of our body to be completely renewed. So we live in these 7-year programming cycles. So whatever you've begun here in these 7 days, you've actually planted a seed, whether you know it or not. You've planted a seed, you've sown a seed. And I hope that, you know, you've felt some of the presence perhaps, or something's happened, or you've experienced a moment of grace, or you've even grasped a glimpse of grace, or of a new way perhaps of being in your life, or perhaps a new possibility opening up. And maybe you have a slightly better idea of what we mean by grace. And perhaps you'll know my dilemma of trying to define such a word. You know, it's love, it's forgiveness, it's quiescence, it's flow, it's self-care, it's softening into suffering, it's surrender. It's all these things wrapped up into one. And in our modern world, you know, where everything has to be measured and defined in terms of its outcome and placed in nice little neat boxes so that our sweet little brains can feel okay. Grace is one thing that cannot be qualified, that will not be quantified. It's the mystery that will always be left, that can thankfully never be understood or solved by science or any of that stuff. So thank God there's something that we can't package up and sell, you know. So today, on this last magical day, you have only 2 things left to watch and listen to. And one is a short transmission by me, Miracles and the Magical Roots of the Universe. And this is on the nature of miracles and what in the Gene Keys we refer to as siddhis. This is a Sanskrit word. And the Sanskrit means, the siddhi means it's a hidden capacity within our DNA that when awakened allows us to perform miracles. Sounds wild, hey? And the video is to get you to really expand your mind outside the confines of the logical and into the magical universe. Right? So it's kind of inspirational, I hope. And the second thing is a big deal, you know, and that's why we kept it to the last day. It's called the Invocation of the 7th Seal. And as I said earlier, this program is inspired by the 7 Sacred Seals program. And in that program, you get to dive deep, deep, deep into the living field of grace. And there are 7 of these invocations, and you do them in a specific order, beginning with the 7th. And each of them invokes and calls out to a miraculous force, you know, a higher dimensional force, an archangel, an inner light, a divine ray, you know, and we invite that ray or that archangel to come into our lives. But for this presence to come into us, we also have to give up something in return. This is a reciprocal exchange. So these are, you know, powerful words. You know, in a way, what you're asked to give up is your suffering. You know, the invocation asks us to lay down our suffering, you know, our shadow nature. So very powerful words, very powerful evocative music. This is not one to hurry. Make sure you have the space for this in your day. And if your day feels too cramped, then save it and do it the next day or another day. And you can read the words along with me, or you can just lie back and take them into your body. You know, I recommend this first of all. Read them and just take them in. And then put on the invocation, and it lasts about 25 minutes, and it begins and ends with a blessing. So it's a sacred practice, and I hope you really enjoy it. I hope that it brings you a good, pleasant ending to these 7 days. There are some other things, you know, I'll say in a final blessing of next steps. But I've really enjoyed laying out this program and doing it with you, because I am doing it with you. wherever you are, wherever I am, I'm doing this as well. And I hope you've found it useful and helpful. And even if, like, perhaps you haven't had the experience yet of the grace touching you, there's a great mystery around grace. It comes when it comes. Often it comes when we've finished, and then we put our guard down, and we go, well, that didn't really do much. And then suddenly the next day, bang, something hits you. So, patience and gentleness. These are the two keystones of my teachings. So please remember that. And blessings to you wherever you are, and whatever your life journey is taking you on. I hope you feel the love, and thank you.
All right. I think he talks about the city, hidden capacities in our DNA. When we're awake, we can produce miracles. Pretty interesting. So that city, for those who don't know, is like in the gene keys. 3 different stages. So let's just look. So let's say this is someone's profile. You can see this is the shadow down here, and in the shadow, everything has opposites, right? It's all duality. Shadow obviously have like their own gifts, because you have the shadow, that's why you have the gifts. And after you transcend from the gifts, you will achieve the city, which is this hidden capacity in our DNA, and it can produce miracles when we're awake. So this is kind of like the peacefulness and like the goddess quality that each of us actually have within us, which we just need to awaken.
Hello. Talking to you from within a storm today. A storm raging outside my window. And it's a good day to talk about miracles, in a way. And what are miracles, and what is grace, and what is the relationship between grace and miracles? Grace is one of those words that's very difficult to qualify. I like words, actually, that have multiple layers of meaning. Grace is definitely one of those words. And what are miracles? I mean, I would divide this into 2. The first is, there are the miracles of uplift. And the miracles of uplift are the miracles of ascension, of joy. So when our hearts are fully open, and life is humming along beautifully, and we are just in the flow, then everything is a miracle, because love is moving through us. Joy is moving through us. Laughter is moving through us. Connection, and so we feel part of everything, part of the cosmos. And then miracles seem to be everywhere. Even the smallest things can appear miraculous. And because our energy field and our aura is open to the field of possibility, synchronicities occur around us. Good fortune appears to fall upon us. And that level of grace that we talk about, grace is something that descends or falls upon or rains upon us. That's, when we are able to access that state of natural positivity, of that springtime in our heart, and a healed heart or a healing heart experiences the miraculous in that way and can generate the miraculous. An expansion in our consciousness, in our awareness, is what triggers these hidden potentials in human DNA. The ancients in the Indian traditions have always called them cities. They are miraculous powers, superpowers that are hiding in human beings. We see these superheroes on TV as teenagers, and we see, we think that's a a kind of fantasy, but actually those are realms that are available to human beings. But for most people, they don't know about that, most of us, because we now live in a materialistic universe where the general mindset is not one of magic and miracles. However, when you begin to open up to the boundless potential of what a human being actually is, of the eternal nature of our soul, then all of that energy opens us to the miraculous. And it also, at its highest reaches, can indeed catalyze those cities, those powers. And if you're interested in knowing more about that, you can explore my work with the Gene Keys, where you can find out specifically what are your superpowers, what are your cities, and so come and explore that at genekeys.com, and you can see you'll get a personalized profile that shows you your enlightened consciousness potential. It also shows you the traps and blocks and challenges in the way. So that's the first whole realm. But there's another realm where grace can enter that also can bring the miraculous. And this is completely different. This is the realm of dissension. This is the realm of suffering. This is the realm of pain. And this is not an area that most of us would consider where miracles live. And yet, many, many millions of humans throughout history and alive today can testify to the truth of this, that deep in the darkest places of existence, great light is to be found if we dig deep enough inside. And that's the key. We have to dig deep. So for many of us, souls that come into the form, we experience trauma and difficulty and adversity and great pain and suffering and worry and disease and all these things. And our attitude is what determines the nature of grace. So if we cave in to those forces, which by the way is very human because they seem overwhelming, if we do, then we shut down our being, we shut down our soul, we're not able to handle it. And for many of us, we need help. And that's that's a very important part of our journey, to reach out for support and help, and to admit to yourself that you need help. And that step is the crucial step. It's why Christ, for instance, spoke, knock and I shall answer, seek and it shall be given. Those great quotes, I'm not sure I got them right actually, but you get the drift. That first step of realizing that you need help, even if it's help from up there, help from out there, help from a spiritual reality or a being or another dimension, through prayer or meditation or whatever, or if it's just physical help, it's just human help, it's just a professional help, that is also like the first step for many of us on a healing journey. And that first step of asking for help or support and taking the step to help ourselves, that's what triggers grace right there. It's because the moment one does that, asks for help, calls for help, helps oneself, takes one step, just one step towards self-healing, then grace immediately is activated, the currents of grace. And if you don't take that step, then you don't really get to see what grace is. You don't even know it exists because you've not allowed the potential, and you're not yet ready for the potential. And that's okay as well. Like for many of us, it takes as long as it takes. And yet grace is there waiting for us to call on it. So when we begin to move in the direction deeper, towards like even digging deeper into the suffering itself, that doesn't mean swallowing. It means fully admitting, that this is too much for us. This is, I need help. Fully admitting that in itself begins to kind of bring forces towards us. And then each step we take from there on, a path opens up before us. And grace begins to orchestrate our own healing, begins to send the right people, the right experiences. Of course we fall back, into it, because we're dealing with deep suffering in some way, a deep pattern or a trauma. And, but it's in those situations that the miraculous can also enter, and it enters in a completely unexpected way from usually an unexpected quarter. So if this describes you and you feel, you're on such a path, then open up, ask for help, move towards the light, take steps towards your own healing. And yes, it will be hard. It will be tough. It's a long path upwards, out of that difficulty, that challenge. And yet help will be there at every step. You may not feel it at every step, but it's there. Grace is the universal spirit, the universal feminine spirit, actually, the great mother that holds us, the earth, Gaia. And Gaia is its physical form, this earth that holds us tenderly in her embrace. And there's another Gaia, wider, deeper, beyond our inconceivable comprehension, the Divine Mother, some call it, like this spirit of grace that wants only the best for us and wants us to have our healing journey and wants us to find our own way to heal our hearts, to open our hearts again. And that's when miracles begin to come. And they're a different kind of miracle than the miracle of uplift. You know, they are the miracle of transformation. And so they are that much more profound in a way. They are, because they're the transmutation of the shadow, of the dense matter, of the base matter. They're alchemical in that way. They're gold. They're transforming, you know, lead into gold, or, you know, coal into diamonds, or, you know, any transformational process. So it seems even more miraculous. And you know, each time grace touches us when we are on our healing journey, she touches us usually just as we're about to give up, you know? And we just think we can't go any further, and then suddenly grace opens the door and says, okay, here you are. And gives you a person, experience, an event, an opening, a breakthrough, you know, something, some boon that encourages us to take another step and carry on and to persevere. And then another layer opens, and another layer opens. And this is the human journey, the journey of the soul, the journey of healing. And these storms, you know, these storms that buffet us in life, we begin to realize that there's a part of us that is incredibly resilient. Not tough, but resilient, because there's purity in the core of our being. There's purity. We're an innocent, pure, untarnishable child in there. And so this is how miracles, this is the second kind of miracle that can occur in one's life. And, you know, one leads to the other, but at every step, whether you're in the darkness or whether you're in the light, there are miracles, in either place. It's just that one step that we have to take, a step towards our own healing. It's a step of self-love. It's a step of great courage and valor. You know, it's a step that each of us has to take over and over and over again. And all I can say, from my vantage, is that over time, from what I know, the light at the end of the tunnel becomes brighter and brighter and brighter until you are out of the tunnel one day. And then, you know, miracles abound everywhere. You know, life itself is experienced as a miracle. You don't even care about miracles because, you know, they're the nature of consciousness itself. The great mystery enfolds us. The great mother cradles us in her arms. So I hope you can draw sustenance from these words and this kind of understanding, and that you could take these insights in about grace and realize that grace is a heartbeat. It's closer than a heartbeat away. It's not even outside us. You know, it's something so close, and just the smallest step, shift of your attitude can trigger the currents of grace. And then instead of being on a descending spiral, you immediately enter the ascending spiral, you know, and yeah, your life completely changes from that moment. So many blessings to you on your journey, and yeah, I hope these words are helpful.
Awesome. So yeah, some core notes. Opening up to possibilities gives us access to miracles. So having this open mind that you even believe in miracles, because I think many people, they don't even believe in miracles. So then obviously miracles will close off, right? So what's like the harm of believing in miracles? You know what I mean? Like if you're thinking just so negatively and nothing comes to you, obviously like nothing comes to you. But if you think positively, like what's the opportunity cost, or what's the cost of thinking positively, except for giving yourself this joy, right? And this potential for the universe to give you miracles. Our attitude determines how we approach grace. Admitting to yourself that you need help, finding help triggers grace and self-healing. Yeah, I think definitely like that's one big thing with this practice, is like you can do this all yourself, but if you don't, I mean, it's definitely better to do it with finding support and, you know, talking to different people who are already into this work, since they might have unique insights, and people who have the same keys or have like similar problems with you, since they already gone through this, right? So they might be able to solve this quicker than what you would be able to do yourself.
The Invocation of the Seventh Seal.
What's this?
We begin this invocation with the blessing of the 5 elements.
Oh, this whole PDF.
Angel of the earth, please purify my physical body.
It's supposed to be mindfulness thing, I think.
Angel of water, please purify my astral body. Angel of the air, please purify my mental body. Angel of fire, please sanctify my spirit. Angel of the ether, please gather the quintessence. Beings of the pure light and the holy higher worlds, we stand here before you in communion and reverence. We lift up our hearts and hold our minds pure for the duration of this invocation. We seek to align ourselves with the highest harmonies and frequencies of intelligence and light, that they may pierce us to the core of our being, opening us up to the arch of the infinite and coaxing us softly into the arms of our essence. We come to invoke the 7th divine ray, that we may partake of its grace. We come before you naked and vulnerable, with all our wounds, our mistakes, and our past karma visible and transparent. We hide nothing from the great light. We open our hearts, our minds, and our bodies up to you. We offer you every living cell and atom. We offer you our desires, our dreams, our longings, our holy intention. We offer you our gifts, our talents, our siddhis, our divine genius. We offer you our pain, our loss, our forgetting, our fear. We offer you our sadness, our anger, our lust, our selfishness, our denial, our shame, our cruelty, our guilt, and our indifference. Especially we lay before you these many challenges of our humanity for your transmutation. We lay our mortality before you. We lay our life before you and come to you once again as a young child, a sweet, innocent infant, before fear, before hope, before suffering. We ask for your divine grace to begin dripping into our open, pure heart. We ask for your grace
to stroke our bodies, to rustle through the tiny hairs of our skin. We open our full being up to your lustrous, wonderful, sweetening currents and emanations. We invoke the shower of luminescence, your holy light of this seventh ray. We throw our heads up to the sky and open our arms wide to imbibe the mystery of this inner light. We let it run softly down our bodies, harmonizing our 7 subtle bodies with its delicate web of woven light. We breathe in the royal cobalt blue of the luminescent beings and their flashing gold scintillae, their blue gold filaments and their soft feminine light. Lights on us, as though the Great Mother herself had placed her sacred blue cloak upon our shoulders. We bow deeply to the presence of this grace, this holy Shakti that falls upon us from the celestial realms. We open our souls to the mystery of the dusk, to the moments of threshold in our lives. We embrace the wonder of the fading of the day into night, as the holy inner light winds its precious way deeper and deeper into the form, and the first stars beckon and twinkle in the inner sky. We call it to ourselves, this luminescent light. We call its wonder and its grace to go to work in our lives, to come and live with us, to create hidden passageways of harmony in the fractal tendrils of our life. We invite this luminescence to sparkle our life with miracles, to open, to enliven, to inspire, to sanctify all those we know, see, hear, think about, and connect to. We attune ourselves to the light of the star known as Sirius, the blue-white radiance of an intelligence so far beyond our own that we cannot yet conceive it. May this sapphire flame draw us further along our evolutionary curve. May it shine brighter within our bellies. May its purifying light shower its great blessings upon every sentient being here on our earth, Gaia. May it illuminate the hidden jewels that lie behind our suffering. May it release the pure light and refine our spiritual perception to enter into the great mystery of the holographic divine universe. We bring special attention to the highest of our subtle bodies, the monadic body. May we come every day closer into communion with our highest zenith, to be one with the Godhead, to become a perfect aspect of deity, a divine shard shimmering in the great theatre of the cosmos. May our hearts rise up to greet this ineffable, eternal aspect of our consciousness. May we draw this great emanation down, step by step, through the 6 subtle bodies of our aura, infusing our life at every level with the divine scent of intoxicating truth and numinous love being. We are now alive in the stream of the 7th ray. We feel its super subtle emanation swirling through our bodies, touching us in dimensions that we can barely understand. We give great thanks for this special gift. We drift in your luminescent heavenly blues and golds. We allow your inner light to enter our intelligence at whatever level is suitable to our evolution. We allow it to find the divine cracks in our inner world and filter through the layers, opening us up on levels that we may not be aware of. And we smile as your gentle light of grace opens us up to a higher and higher reality. We prepare to receive the great Archangel Safkiel. Safkiel, an intelligence surpassing human evolution. A presence of love and bliss so far beyond us. Beneficent, life-giving creature of almost unbearable purity. Great Archangel of grace, we surrender all our striving to you. We surrender all to you. We court your divine grace. And we surrender not as servants, but as aspects of your great intelligence, not yet aware of our greater body as you. We let your sentient heavenly scent flood through us, filling this room with your exquisite otherworldly aroma. Safkiel, we allow you to lift us to a higher plane. We breathe in your grace. We open to its wonders, its mysteries. In naming you, we allow ourselves to be your conduit, to be a vessel of grace. We affirm to remember you in our lives. We affirm to work with the currents of the 7 sacred seals, your personal domain of understanding. We affirm to work with the energy of our suffering. We understand through your grace that our suffering calls us ever closer towards you. We understand through you that suffering is grace. And we imbibe this greatest of human truths. Suffering is grace. We let this truth resonate in every cell of our being. We let our DNA laugh aloud with its truth. We are a passage towards the divine, and our suffering is the river that leads us finally to the ocean of you, of I am. We humbly request the opening of the seventh seal. We know that the opening of such a sacred portal involves a relationship. We understand that the seal need only be opened from our side, remaining as it is permanently open from the higher side, in its infinite compassion. We also understand that there are no sides, but that such language serves only as a metaphor in which the frequencies of divine light can be invoked. We reach out for this opening with every atom of our consciousness. We see all our daily desires for what they are, yearnings for this connection to our greater body. We pour all those desires that we have towards you, but we do so without desperation. We simply long to once again feel the vastness of this love. We open our wounds up into the Great Seal. We accept our individual wound as an aspect of the world wound. We cradle this sacred wound in the palms of our soul. We offer it up to you like a hurting child for your healing. All over the world we envision others also offering up this same wound for the sake of the healing of the whole. We remember the wounds of our ancestors, their fear, their violence, their grief, their guilt. In offering you our wound as the world, we offer you the memories and pain of our ancestors. We affirm that in working with the seven sacred seals that we will come into closer relationship with our own suffering and our own wound. We understand that compassion comes from this relationship. We draw the deep breath of valor into our lungs and fill them with your righteousness. We proffer the wounds of humanity into the seventh sacred seal. We do this not as an imaginative exercise, but as an ongoing commitment to the healing of the whole. Safkiel, we rejoice in the quality of your inner light as a gathering point for collective healing. We rejoice in the grace that contains and gathers together all the seven rays and their seven streams, their seven lights and the wounds that they're designed to heal. We honor the divine play in which that which is above corresponds to that which is below. We wonder that every aspect of human suffering has a corresponding quality of divine grace, an intelligence specific to its healing. We give great thanks for this perennial teaching of the seven sacred seals that offers us a language to understand our suffering and unlock the hidden grace within it. We affirm that we are ready to enter into the stream of this holy transmission and that we are ready to make space for it to transform our lives. We rejoice that we are standing on the brink of a new world, We revere the secret beings who are gathered together on the higher planes to incarnate through us as willing co-participants in the great change in which humanity will pass through the fires of purification. We recognize these teachings as the culmination of the teachings of Christ, of the Buddha, and of the ancient Hermetic teachings of alchemy. We acknowledge that their primary root, standing behind all, is the incarnation of the third aspect of the Divine Trinity, the Sacred Feminine, or Holy Spirit. We prepare ourselves and our world for the coming of such a group incarnation, for the burgeoning of the field of a collective consciousness rooted in unconditional love, unchanging wisdom, and uncompromising truth. We give great thanks for this secret of the 7 sacred seals and its extraordinary transmission. We bow our heads to our higher self. We allow ourselves time to digest its truths. We imbibe the exceptional patience necessary for this great work to come to fruition. We bear testament to its authenticity. We shall continue to open the seal and to offer our suffering and that of others into this mystery. We now bring this invocation to a close with the blessing of the 5 elements. Angel of the earth, please purify my physical body. Angel of water, please purify my astral body. Angel of the air, please purify my mental body. Angel of fire, please sanctify my spirit. Angel of the ether, please gather the quintessence. Amen.
Amen. That was nice. Let's download this audio, definitely. Keep it. Let's see. Let's see. Final blessings and next step.
So next steps. Well, the main invitation to you is I hope you keep doing these practices. I hope you keep imprinting your day with pauses, and that those spaces continue to open up in your life and in your day, because that's where the magic and the grace can creep in and come through. And progressively, as we do these practices and these little prayers, then we're building a space for breakthrough. And that's why that little mudra is so powerful, to help us build that quintessence, that quiescence, that quietness and space in our lives, so that we find a new flow from following and strengthening our intuition and making a renewed commitment to love. Our life is committed to love, as forgiveness, but also as self-care and gentleness. Above all, be gentle with yourself and go gently into the world, and you will see the world yield before you and grace opening the way, So today, I invite you to listen to this blessing, and this is a blessing, the blessing of birth. And I wrote it to be recited for when a child is born in the world, as a celebration of a child being born. And so in a way, this is what we can look upon our lives as right now, today. Each day we're reborn. And you've just completed this little program. In a sense, you're reborn. You're standing at the beginning of a whole 7-year cycle of rebirth. And, if you continue to open to grace, the currents of grace, where might that lead you in your life? And so this blessing, the purpose of it is to imprint inside us, permanently, these powerful words to bless us on the journey that lies ahead. So imagine yourself as a child, as a baby, a newborn, and this blessing is landing and locking itself into your, into your organs and into your aura and into your being, and it's really embedding in there, because the blessings of grace are then stay with you for the rest of your day, protect you, and give you the good fortune that the blessing kind of calls upon. So I hope you really enjoy it, and just allow it to just rain down and imprint you, and then stay in there, to begin your journey, a new journey. And then after this, after you've imprinted the blessing, you might want to kind of consider, well, what do I want to do now? If this program has impacted you in a positive way, and you're interested in taking it further, there's some options open for you, and one of them is deepen grace and come into the 7 sacred seals. There's a bigger course, this online course and community that imprints an ongoing practice in your life through the 7 sacred seals and the invocations and many more practices that are shared in that online program. And you can choose from a whole panoply of those practices, ones that really work for you and feel good, and many more prayers and all kinds of things. And there's a book that goes along with that as well, the 7 sacred seals. If you feel like that's maybe a bit too much and you're not quite ready for something of that caliber, then the other thing I'd recommend is my little Art of Contemplation book and course, and that's very, very simple, but very beautiful, and continues along a similar vein, and it helps you bring that quiescence into your everyday life and deepen the transformational process of the Art of Contemplation, of pausing, and how pauses open up into pivoting, into transformational experiences, and then finally into merging, which is the flowering, as we feel those currents of love moving through us and that grace moving through us. And so the little book on Art of Contemplation and the little mini course that goes with it, I really recommend. It's really good. Also, I want to invite you to kind of get involved with our community. Gene Keys and the 7 Seals is a whole community. We have lots of places that happens. We have a weekly newsletter called The Pulse, and The Pulse puts you in tune with our community and the things I'm doing on a regular basis. And the pulse is like every 6 days the planet moves and the sun moves, and then there's a different theme represented by a gene key, and a gene key is a code of transformation. So you can learn about that. But if you join our community, if you join the Pulse, which is, you can join, there's a link here, then you'll be getting that inspiration constantly from us, from me, and lots of resources all the time. So it's a way of staying in touch. Another thing is that there's a social media app called Clubhouse where I spend a lot of time, and my community, the Gene Keys community, also have lots of different things going on there, particularly it's an audio only app, but it's a place you can meet each other and talk and share. It's very intimate, and I really like it, and I think you might like it. So there's a link here. There are 2 groups that I think you might really enjoy: Space for Grace, which is a community that supports the work of the 7 Seals, and then the City Club. The City Club is my own club, which is on a Friday every day, and that's we tune into transcendent themes and higher themes, and it's a really rich, lovely group, and we really hold a high frequency and get to know each other. And actually, there's also a New to the Gene Keys. If you're interested in the Gene Keys, then that's also a club that you can get. So go and explore Clubhouse. That's a nice way to get in touch. I also have a YouTube channel that's full of videos and things and resources. And of course, genekeys.com, my website, I've got loads of courses in there. You can explore your Gene Keys profile, and that's a whole world. So you're welcome to go and explore any of that. Above all, I'm thrilled to have done this with you, and I hope to one day meet you, whoever you are. And yes, big blessings, and may your life be rich, prosperous, and filled with grace.
Blessing of the earth, the birth.
Blessing of birth. Great beings of infinite softness and truth, we salute you. We entreat you to witness this birth. May your manifold blessings shine forth upon the brow of this, our new beloved. May the fruits and mellow seasons of the earth rain down upon this little life, inspiring a lifelong journey of reverence and wonder. Please protect and nourish this, your precious seed, as it falls and rises and learns and grows in this, our dawning world. May the great steadfast oak of your love offer peaceful daily umbrage to this soul, as she weaves her dream into the waking hearts of the people of this world. May the spirits of tree and plant and flower and star, of wind and waves and distant mountain, and all the creatures and elements of this earth inspire you, little one. May they be your constant companions, and may you serve them well, as they shall serve you. And as your life sprouts and your true soul's purpose echoes round the valleys of your life, may your roots plunge deep, may your path run smooth, may your friends be many, may you find your sacred partner, may you face all storms with the heart of the rose and the valour of the lion, and may the winds of wisdom loosen the leaves of your dreams as you offer your gifts to the world. And may the tender cradle of your family fill you with vigour and the gentle faith that all is well in this life. May your every cell remember this truth as you step forth from this day onwards. May you carry the blessings of the ancient ones. May your life be blessed by the sacred mystery of the three. We offer these gifts as a sacred talisman. May they too be blessed. We weave these circles around your head and close our eyes to bow in sacred veneration. May your life be blessed. May you help bring an end to all suffering. May you realize in this very life the eternal truth of your origin. We give great thanks for your birth. We give great thanks to our ancestors and ask that they watch over you as you shine your light in this world. May your life be blessed. May your family be blessed. May all families be blessed. May all beings be blessed. Amen.
Amen. Final thoughts on this? It feels like, to me, I think a lot of the times, especially when we move towards the end of the course, it feels like, it reminds me of the times when I go to church, like on Sundays, like, and you know, like the preachers, they deliver their prayers and stuff like that. It reminds me of that a lot. And I feel like with this course, it definitely introduced some new interesting techniques to slow down, which I'm probably gonna test out for myself and see which ones I like the most, like over time. And yeah, it just takes up like 30 minutes every single day just to go through every single day and learning about these things. So I think it's actually really great to do this, because especially when you're a teenager and especially when you're super young, or like however old you are, like when you learn something, it kind of just plants a seed into your head, right? And then the universe or whatever you believe, or, you know, like when you have dreams and stuff like that, it's going to automatically come back one day, like if it's actually meant to come back to you. Like, have you ever thought about why sometimes like you dream about something and it actually happens in real life? Like it actually comes back to you. So you're just planting a seed in your head first. It's like a toolkit that you have whenever you face any struggles, and maybe one day you're going to be like, oh, I remember I did this, maybe I should come back to this in like a certain period or phase in your life. So yeah, this was a pretty good 7 days of grace. I think overall we learned a lot, new practices, new ways of giving grace, new understanding of grace, forgiveness, learn about different people. I remember there was one word we did like audio within like a within Amada Mayi. I forgot her name, but that was really cool. And yeah, this is like embracing more of that feminine and spiritual side when a lot of our actions in real life is more masculine, right? So having that balance, masculine in terms of like action oriented, right? So having that like balance of doing both is awesome. So yeah, see you guys in the next one. Peace out.